Critique of Pure Reason, Immanuel Kant. Immanuel Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, 1781, b. 1787, institutes a court of justice for reason itself. It asks what pure reason can cognize a priori, on what grounds, and within what bounds. Prefaces and introduction open the experiment. The transcendental aesthetic and analytic secure the conditions of possible experience. The dialectic exposes reason's inevitable illusions. The doctrine of method disciplines the critical path. Forensic summary of the Cambridge Geyer/Wood text. Kant's body, not the editor's apparatus. How to read the editions. A marks the first edition, 1781, b. the second, 1787, in Geyer/Wood pagination. Major divergences are marked with parallel headings and slash callouts. The prefaces, the transcendental deduction, the paralogisms, and the be-only refutation of idealism. Schopenhauer prized, especially the deduction, for its idealistic force. This summary keeps both paths without preferring by deletion. Shared analytic and dialectic after the paralogisms remain common and less marked. Abstract. Immanuel Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, a 1781, b. 1787, subjects pure reason to a tribunal of its own laws. It determines how synthetic a priori cognition is possible, secures the conditions of possible experience in the aesthetic and analytic, and exposes as dialectical illusion the speculative metaphysics of soul, world, and God in the dialectic, recovering the ideas for regulative and practical use. Prefaces announce the age of criticism and the Copernican experiment. The doctrine of method then disciplines reason's dwelling on the plane of experience, opens a canon for moral hope, and sketches an architectonic of metaphysics as science. This forensic summary follows the Cambridge Geyer/Wood text of Kant's body, not the editor's apparatus, in the author's critical register. Executive summary. The central thesis. Objects of possible experience must conform to our a priori forms of intuition, space and time, and to the categories of the understanding. Synthetic a priori cognition is thereby possible for mathematics and pure natural science, while speculative cognition of things in themselves, including dogmatic proofs of the soul's simplicity, the world's absolute totality, and God's existence, is dialectical illusion. Transcendental idealism resolves reason's antinomies and limits knowledge, so that practical postulates and regulative systematic unity may stand. Foundational observations. Court of reason, metaphysics' endless battlefield is to be settled not by decree or indifferentism, but by critique. Reason's self-knowledge of rightful claims and bounds. A verses B editions, A. 1781, and B. 1787, share the critical plan. B revises presentation through the aesthetic, especially time, deduction, principles, and paralogisms, and inserts the refutation of idealism. Parallel headings and edition callouts keep both readable. Schopenhauer prized A, especially the deduction. This map does not shrink either. Copernican experiment. Assume cognition's forms legislate for appearances. Otherwise, synthetic a priori judgments remain unintelligible. Aesthetic and analytic. Space/time as pure intuitions. Categories via judgment functions. Deduction, schematism, and principles, including the refutation of idealism. Ground experience. Phenomena/noumena. Categories cognize objects only as appearances. The noumenon limits sensibility without yielding positive transcendent knowledge. Dialectic, paralogisms, antinomies, and the ideal show natural illusions. Ideas retained as regulative foci and as practically significant. Method, discipline against mathematical dogmatism in philosophy. Canon of no/ought/hope. Architectonic system under one idea. Critical path still open. Significance and recommendation. The critique remains the hinge of modern philosophy. It redeems Newtonian science's a priori credentials without empiricist collapse, and it protects moral freedom and religious hope from both dogmatic metaphysics and skeptical despair. Read it, or this forensic map of it. If you need the architecture of transcendental idealism, The exact shape of Kant's attack on the ontological proof or the method's still open critical highway. Do not expect a completed metaphysics of nature or morals, which the work deliberately leaves as the next construction on the surveyed ground. Prefaces. Preface to the first edition, Age of Criticism. Edition A. Human reason has the peculiar fate, in one species of its cognitions, to be burdened with questions it cannot dismiss. They are given by the nature of reason itself, and yet cannot answer, for they transcend every capacity of human reason. The perplexity is no accidental fault. Reason begins from principles unavoidable in the course of experience and warranted by it. Driven by its own nature, it rises to more remote conditions. Finding its business forever incomplete, it takes refuge in principles that overstep every possible use and experience, and yet seem so unsuspicious that common sense agrees. Thereby it falls into obscurity and contradiction. It surmises hidden error, but cannot discover it. Those principles, having surpassed the bounds of experience, no longer recognize any touchstone of experience. The battlefield of these endless controversies is called metaphysics. There was a time when metaphysics was called the queen of the sciences. Now, after the fashion of the age, the queen is despised. The matron, outcast, mourns like Hecuba. Under the dogmatists, her rule was despotic. Through internal wars, it degenerated into anarchy. The skeptics, nomads who abhor permanent cultivation, shattered civil unity from time to time, yet could not prevent the dogmatists from rebuilding without a unanimously accepted plan. Locke's physiology of a human understanding seemed once to decide all competing claims by tracing the purported queen to the rabble of common experience. The genealogy proved false, and metaphysics fell back into worm-eaten dogmatism and contempt. After all paths have been tried in vain, what rules is tedium and complete indifferentism, mother of chaos and night in the sciences, yet also the prelude of transformation when through ill-applied effort they have become obscure and useless. It is pointless to affect indifference toward inquiries to whose object human nature cannot be indifferent. The so-called indifferentists, insofar as they think at all, fall back into the metaphysical assertions they profess to despise. This indifference amid the flourishing of other sciences is the effect of a ripened power of judgment that will no longer be put off with illusory knowledge, and that demands that reason take on anew the most difficult of its tasks, self-knowledge, and institute a court of justice by which reason may secure its rightful claims while dismissing all groundless pretensions, not by mere decrees, but according to its own eternal and unchangeable laws. That court is none other than the critique of pure reason itself. Our age is the genuine age of criticism, to which everything must submit. Religion, through its holiness, and legislation, through its majesty, commonly seek exemption. Thereby they excite just suspicion, and cannot claim the unfeigned respect that reason grants only to what has withstood free and public examination. The first edition's preface thus announces not a new dogmatism, but a tribunal, pure reason judged by pure reason, so that metaphysics may either enter the secure path of science or know why it cannot. In Edition A, Dedikation to von Zedlitz. I dedicate this writing to Baron von Zedlitz, Royal Minister of State, protector of the sciences, lover and enlightened connoisseur, availing myself of the only means within my capacity to show gratitude for gracious trust. For someone who enjoys the life of speculation, the approval of an enlightened and competent judge is, given modest wishes, a powerful encouragement to toils whose utility is great but distant, and hence wholly misjudged by vulgar eyes. The second edition renews the dedication under the same gracious attention. Königsberg, April 23, 1787. The first, March 29, 1781. The dedicatory posture is not ornamental. The critique asks protection for a labor that will not immediately please the schools, and that must travel a long path before its public utility is felt. Critique of pure reason. The court in which reason secures rightful claims and dismisses groundless pretensions according to its own laws. Metaphysics as battlefield. endless controversy without touchstone once principles overstep experience. Indifferentism, ripened judgment's prelude to criticism, not thoughtlessness. Quote, human reason has the peculiar fate in one species of its cognitions that it is burdened with questions which it cannot dismiss, since they are given to it as problems by the nature of reason itself, but which it also cannot answer, since they transcend every capacity of human reason. Quote, our age is the genuine age of criticism, to which everything must submit. Religion, through its holiness, and legislation, through its majesty, commonly seek to exempt themselves from it. But in this way they excite a just suspicion against themselves, and cannot lay claim to that unfeigned respect that reason grants only to that which has been able to withstand its free and public examination. Preface to the second edition, Secure Path of Science. Edition B. Whether the treatment of cognitions belonging to reason travels the secure course of a science can soon be judged by its success. If after many preparations a science gets stuck as it approaches its end, or must often go back and set out on a new path, or if co-workers cannot achieve unanimity as to how they should pursue their common aim, then such a study is merely groping about, far from the secure course, and it is already a service to reason if we can find that path, even if we must give up as futile much of what was previously included without deliberation. In Edition B, logic has traveled this secure course since Aristotle. It has not had to go a single step backwards, save abolition of dispensable subtleties or more distinct presentation, nor a single step forward, and thus seems finished and complete. Those who enlarge it with psychological, metaphysical, or anthropological chapters deform the science by allowing boundaries to run over into one another. Logic's boundaries are determined quite precisely. It exhaustively presents and strictly proves nothing but the formal rules of all thinking, whatever origin or object, contingent or natural obstacle. For that advantage logic has its limitation to think. It abstracts from all objects of cognition and all distinctions among them. The understanding has to do with nothing further than itself and its form. How much more difficult, then, for reason to enter the secure path when it must deal with objects too. Logic is only the outer courtyard. Information must be sought in the sciences properly and objectively so-called. Insofar as there is to be reason in these sciences, something in them must be cognized a priori, either merely determining the object and its concept theoretical, or also making the object actual, practical. In both, the pure part must be expounded by itself. It is bad economy to spend blindly without distinguishing revenue that can cover expenses from what must be cut. Mathematics and physics are the two theoretical cognitions of reason that determine their objects a priori, the former entirely purely, the latter at least in part purely, yet also following standard from sources other than reason alone. Revolutions in mathematics and natural science. Mathematics, among the Greeks, traveled the secure path of a science, yet not as easily as logic. A revolution in the way of thinking opened a royal path. A new light broke upon the first who demonstrated the isosceles triangle, whether called Thales or another. He found that what he had to do was not to trace what he saw in the figure, or even its mere concept, and read off properties. Rather, he had to produce the figure from what he himself thought into the object and present it through construction according to a priori concepts. And that in order to know something securely a priori, he had to ascribe to the thing nothing except what followed necessarily from what he himself had put into it in accordance with its concept. Natural science took longer, about a century and a half, since Bacon partly occasioned and partly stimulated the discovery. A sudden revolution in the way of thinking brought physics to the highway of science. When Galileo rolled balls of a weight chosen by himself down an inclined plane, or Torricelli made the air bear a weight previously thought equal to a known column of water, or Stahl changed metals into calx and back by removing and restoring something, a light dawned. Those who study nature comprehended that reason has insight only into what it itself produces according to its own design, that it must take the lead with principles for its judgments according to constant laws and compel nature to answer its questions, rather than letting nature guide its movements by keeping reason in leading strings. Accidental observations, according to no previously designed plan, can never connect up into a necessary law. Reason must approach nature with principles in one hand, according to which alone agreement among appearances can count as laws, and in the other hand experiments thought out in accordance with these principles. Not like a pupil who has recited to him whatever the teacher wants to say, but like an appointed judge who compels witnesses to answer the questions he puts to them. Physics thus owes its advantageous revolution to the inspiration that what reason cannot know of itself and must learn from nature, it has to seek in nature in accordance with what reason itself puts into nature. Secure path of a science, success, unanimity of method, no endless retracing, contrasted with metaphysics as battlefield and groping among mere concepts. Construction, mathematics ascribe a priori only what one has put into the object according to concept. Experiment, physics reason as judge compelling nature to answer, not pupil in leading strings. Quote, they comprehended that reason has insight only into what it itself produces according to its own design, that it must take the lead with principles for its judgments according to constant laws and compel nature to answer its questions, rather than letting nature guide its movements by keeping reason, as it were, in leading strings. The Copernican experiment for metaphysics. Metaphysics, a wholly isolated speculative cognition of reason that elevates itself entirely above instruction by experience, and indeed through mere concepts, has not yet entered the secure course of science. Reason continuously gets stuck even when it claims a priori insight into laws confirmed by the commonest experience. We retrace our path countless times. Among adherents there is no unanimity but a battlefield for mock combat, on which no combatant has gained lasting possession. Why could the secure path not be found? Is it impossible? And why then has nature afflicted reason with restless striving for it? Or if the path has merely eluded us, what indications may lead us to hope for better luck? I should think the examples of mathematics and natural science remarkable enough that we might reflect on the essential element in their change of ways of thinking and, at least as an experiment, imitate it insofar as analogy with metaphysics permits. Up to now, it has been assumed that all our cognition must conform to the objects. All attempts to find out something about them a priori through concepts have, on that presupposition, come to nothing. Hence let us once try whether we do not get farther by assuming that the objects must conform to our cognition, which would agree better with the possibility of an a priori cognition of them, establishing something about objects before they're given to us. This would be just like the first thoughts of Copernicus, who, when he did not make good progress, assuming the celestial host revolves around the observer, tried whether he might have greater success if he made the observer revolve and left the stars at rest. In metaphysics, we can try a similar way regarding the intuition of objects. If intuition has to conform to the constitution of the objects, I do not see how we can know anything of them a priori. But if the object as object of the senses conforms to the constitution of our faculty of intuition, I can very well represent this possibility. Yet because I cannot stop with intuitions if they are to become cognitions, but must refer them as representations to something as their object and determine this object through them, I can assume either that the concepts through which I bring about this determination also conform to the objects, and then I am again in difficulty about a priori knowledge, or else that the objects are what is the same, the experience in which alone they can be cognized, conforms to those concepts. In the latter case, I see an easier way out. Experience itself is a kind of cognition requiring the understanding, whose rule I must presuppose in myself before any object is given to me, hence a priori, a rule expressed in concepts a priori, to which all objects of experience must necessarily conform. As for objects thought merely through reason, and necessarily, but that cannot be given in experience, the attempt to think them will provide a splendid touchstone of the altered method, namely, that we can cognize of things a priori only what we ourselves have put into them. This experiment succeeds as well as we could wish for the first part of metaphysics, where concepts a priori find corresponding objects in experience. We can explain a priori cognition and prove the laws that are the a priori ground of nature as the sum total of objects of experience. But from this deduction emerges a strange and apparently disadvantageous result. With this faculty, we can never get beyond the boundaries of possible experience. Yet that was precisely the most essential occupation of metaphysics. Herein lies the checkup on the first assessment. Such cognition reaches appearances only, leaving the thing itself as something actual for itself, but uncognized by us. What necessarily drives us beyond experience is the unconditioned, which reason demands in things in themselves, thereby demanding the series of conditions as completed. On the assumption that cognition from experience conforms to objects as things in themselves, the unconditioned cannot be thought without contradiction. If we assume instead that our representation of things as given does not conform to things in themselves, but that these objects as appearances conform to our way of representing, the contradiction disappears, and the unconditioned must not be present in things insofar as we are acquainted with them, as given, but in things insofar as we are not acquainted with them, as things in themselves. Speculative reason, denied all advance in the supersensible, leaves room empty for practical data of reason to determine the transcendent concept of the unconditioned, cognitions a priori possible only from a practical standpoint. We remain at liberty, indeed called upon, to fill that room if we can. The method, imitated from those who study nature, seeks the elements of pure reason in what admits of confirmation or refutation through an experiment. Propositions of pure reason that venture beyond possible experience admit of no test with their objects as in natural science. Experiment is feasible only with concepts and principles assumed a priori by arranging them so that the same objects can be considered from two sides, as objects of the senses and understanding for experience, and as objects merely thought for isolated reason, striving beyond experience. If agreement with the principle of pure reason obtains from this twofold standpoint, but unavoidable conflict of reason with itself arises from a single standpoint, the experiment decides for the distinction. The analysis of the metaphysician separated pure a priori knowledge into appearances and things in themselves. The dialectic combines them again with the necessary rational idea of the unconditioned, and finds that unison never comes about except through that distinction, which is therefore the true one. Limiting knowledge to make room for faith. I cannot even assume God, freedom, and immortality for the sake of the necessary practical use of reason unless I simultaneously deprive speculative reason of its pretension to extravagant insights. For to arrive at such insights, it must make use of principles that in fact extend only to objects of possible experience, and which, if they are applied to what cannot be an object of experience, always transform it into an appearance, thus rendering all practical extension of pure reason impossible. I therefore had to deny knowledge in order to make room for faith. The dogmatism of metaphysics. The prejudice that one can get on in metaphysics without a critique of pure reason is the true source of that unbelief which opposes morality and is always very dogmatic. Criticism is not opposed to the dogmatic procedure of reason in its pure cognition as science. Science must always be dogmatic, proving conclusions strictly a priori from secure principles. It is opposed only to dogmatism, the presumption of getting on solely with pure cognition from philosophical concepts according to principles reason has long used without first inquiring by what right it obtained them. Dogmatism is therefore the dogmatic procedure of pure reason without an antecedent critique of its own capacity. Criticism is the preparatory activity necessary for advancing metaphysics as a well-grounded science, which must be dogmatic according to the strictest scholastic rigor, not in a popular way, for it undertakes its business wholly a priori to the full satisfaction of speculative reason. In carrying out the plan criticism prescribes, the future system of metaphysics, we must follow the strict method of Wolff, greatest among dogmatic philosophers, who gave the first example of the secure course through regular ascertainment of principles, clear determination of concepts, attempt at strictness in proofs, and prevention of audacious leaps. had he only prepared the field by critique of the organ, namely pure reason itself. Those who reject both his teaching and the procedure of the critique can have nothing else in mind except to throw off the fetters of science altogether, and to transform work into play, certainty into opinion, and philosophy into philodoxy. The second edition alters nothing in propositions, grounds of proof, or completeness of plan. The nature of pure speculative reason contains a truly articulated structure of members, in which each thing is an organ, everything for the sake of each, and each for the sake of all, so that the least frailty betrays itself in use. Revisions of presentation extend through the aesthetic, especially time, the deduction of the concepts of the understanding, the proofs of the principles, and the paralogisms, only to the end of the first chapter of the Transcendental Dialectic, because time was short and thereafter no misunderstanding from expert examiners came my way. A small loss for the reader, omissions for volume, is compensated by greater comprehensibility. Comparison of editions restores what was abbreviated. Through criticism alone can we sever the root of materialism, fatalism, atheism, free-thinking unbelief, enthusiasm and superstition, and finally idealism and skepticism, the last more dangerous to the schools than to the public. If governments favor the freedom of such a critique, they favor both the sciences and humanity better than by supporting the ridiculous despotism of the schools. Copernican turn, objects conform to our cognition, intuition, and concepts, rather than cognition to objects as things in themselves. Appearances / things in themselves. A priori cognition reaches appearances. The unconditioned belongs to things in themselves, thinkable, but not cognizable theoretically. Deny knowledge to make room for faith. Limit speculative pretension so that practical reason may determine God, freedom, immortality. Criticism versus dogmatism. Antecedent critique of capacity versus procedure from concepts without that critique. Science remains dogmatic in the good sense after critique. Quote, up to now, it has been assumed that all our cognition must conform to the objects, but all attempts to find out something about them a priori through concepts that would extend our cognition have, on this presupposition, come to nothing. Hence let us once try whether we do not get farther with the problems of metaphysics by assuming that the objects must conform to our cognition, which would agree better with the requested possibility of an a priori cognition of them, which is to establish something about objects before they are given to us. This would be just like the first thoughts of Copernicus, who, when he did not make good progress in the explanation of the celestial motions, if he assumed that the entire celestial host revolves around the observer, tried to see if he might not have greater success if he made the observer revolve and left the stars at rest. Quote, I had to deny knowledge in order to make room for faith. Introduction. There is no doubt whatever that all our cognition begins with experience. How else should the cognitive faculty be awakened into exercise, if not through objects that stimulate our senses and in part themselves produce representations, in part bring the activity of our understanding into motion to compare these, to connect or separate them, and thus to work up the raw material of sensible impressions into a cognition of objects that is called experience? As far as time is concerned, then, no cognition in us precedes experience, and with experience every cognition begins. But although all our cognition commences with experience, it does not on that account all arise from experience. For it could well be that even our experiential cognition is a composite of that which we receive through impressions and that which our own cognitive faculty, merely prompted by sensible impressions, provides out of itself. In addition, we cannot distinguish from that fundamental material until long practice has made us attentive to it and skilled in separating it out. It is therefore at least a question requiring closer investigation whether there is any such cognition independent of all experience and even of all impressions of the senses. One calls such cognitions a priori and distinguishes them from empirical ones, which have their sources a posteriori, namely in experience. The expression is not yet sufficiently determinate. It is customary to say of many a cognition derived from experiential sources that we are capable of it a priori, because we do not derive it immediately from experience, but from a general rule itself borrowed from experience. As one says of someone who undermined the foundation of his house, that he could have known a priori that it would collapse. Yet he could not have known this entirely a priori. That bodies are heavy and hence fall if their support is taken away must first have become known through experience. In the sequel, therefore, we will understand by a priori cognitions not those that occur independently of this or that experience, but those that occur absolutely independently of all experience. Among a priori cognitions, those are called pure, with which nothing empirical is intermixed. Thus, every alteration has its cause, is an a priori proposition, only not pure, since alteration is a concept that can be drawn only from experience. Marks of the a priori: necessity and strict universality. At issue is a mark by which we can securely distinguish a pure cognition from an empirical one. Experience teaches us that something is constituted thus and so, but not that it could not be otherwise. First, then, if a proposition is thought along with its necessity, it is an a priori judgment. If it is moreover not derived from any proposition except one that in turn is valid as a necessary proposition, then it is absolutely a priori. Second, experience never gives its judgments true or strict, but only assumed and comparative universality, through induction. Properly one must say, as far as we have yet perceived, there is no exception to this or that rule. Thus, if a judgment is thought in strict universality, so that no exception at all is allowed to be possible, then it is not derived from experience, but is valid absolutely a priori. Empirical universality is only an arbitrary increase in validity from that which holds in most cases to that which holds in all, as in all bodies are heavy. Strict universality belongs to a judgment essentially and points to a special source of cognition, a faculty of a priori cognition. Necessity and strict universality are therefore secure indications of an a priori cognition and belong together inseparably. It is advisable to employ these two criteria separately, each of which is in itself infallible. Now, it is easy to show that in human cognition there actually are such necessary and in the strictest sense universal, thus pure a priori judgments. From the sciences, look at all the propositions of mathematics. From the commonest use of the understanding, the proposition that every alteration must have a cause will do. Indeed, in the latter, the very concept of a cause so obviously contains the concept of a necessity of connection with an effect and a strict universality of rule that it would be entirely lost if one sought, as Hume did, to derive it from a frequent association of that which happens with that which precedes in a habit. Thus a merely subjective necessity of connecting representations. Even without such examples, one could establish the indispensability of pure a priori principles for the possibility of experience itself. Where would experience get its certainty if all rules in accordance with which it proceeds were themselves always empirical, thus contingent? Not merely in judgments, however, but even in concepts an origin a priori is revealed. Gradually remove from your experiential concept of a body everything empirical, color, hardness or softness, weight, even impenetrability. There still remains the space that was occupied by the body, and you cannot leave that out. Likewise, if you remove from your empirical concept of every object all those properties of which experience teaches you, you could still not take from it that by means of which you think of it as a substance or as dependent on a substance. Convinced by the necessity with which this concept presses itself on you, you must concede that it has its seat in your faculty of cognition a priori. A priori/a posteriori. Cognition absolutely independent of all experience versus cognition possible only through experience. Pure a priori. Nothing empirical intermixed. Contrast. Causal rule with the empirical concept of alteration. Necessity and strict universality. Secure twin marks distinguishing a priori from inductive generalization. Quote, but although all our cognition begins with experience, yet it does not on that account all arise from experience. For it could well be that even our experiential cognition is a composite of that which we receive through impressions and that which our own cognitive faculty, merely prompted by sensible impressions, provides out of itself. Why philosophy needs a science of cognitions a priori. What says still more is that certain cognitions even abandon the field of all possible experiences and seem to expand the domain of our judgments beyond all bounds of experience through concepts to which no corresponding object at all can be given in experience. Precisely in these latter cognitions, which go beyond the world of the senses, where experience can give neither guidance nor correction, lie the investigations of our reason that we hold to be far more preeminent in their importance and sublime in their final aim than everything that the understanding can learn in the field of appearances, and on which we would rather venture everything, even at the risk of erring, than give up such important investigations out of reservation or indifference. These unavoidable problems of pure reason itself are God, freedom, and immortality. The science whose final aim in all its preparations is directed properly only to the solution of these problems is called metaphysics, whose procedure is in the beginning dogmatic. It confidently takes on the execution of this task without an antecedent examination of the capacity or incapacity of reason for such a great undertaking. Now it may seem natural that as soon as one has abandoned the terrain of experience, one would not immediately erect an edifice with cognitions one possesses without knowing whence, and on the credit of principles whose origin one does not know, without having first assured oneself of its foundation through careful investigations. Thus that one would long since have raised the question how the understanding could come to all these cognitions a priori and what domain, validity, and value they might have. And in fact, nothing is more natural if one understands by the word natural that which properly and reasonably ought to happen. But if one understands by it that which usually happens, then conversely nothing is more natural than that this investigation should long have been neglected. Mathematics has long been reliable and gives rise to a favorable expectation about others of an entirely different nature. Beyond the circle of experience, one is sure of not being refuted through experience. The charm in expanding cognitions is so great that one can be stopped only by bumping into a clear contradiction, which one can avoid if one makes inventions carefully. Mathematics gives a splendid example of how far we can go with a priori cognition independently of experience. It is occupied with objects only so far as these can be exhibited in intuition, a circumstance easily overlooked since the intuition can itself be given a priori and can hardly be distinguished from a mere pure concept. Captivated by such a proof of the power of reason, the drive for expansion sees no bounds. The light dove, in free flight, cutting through the air the resistance of which it feels, could get the idea that it could do even better in airless space. Likewise, Plato abandoned the world of the senses because it set such narrow limits for the understanding and dared to go beyond it on the wings of the ideas, in the empty space of pure understanding. He did not notice that he made no headway, for he had no resistance, no support by which he could stiffen himself and put his understanding into motion. It is a customary fate of human reason in speculation to finish its edifice as early as possible, and only then to investigate whether the ground has been adequately prepared. What flatters us with apparent thoroughness during construction is this: a great part, perhaps the greatest part, of the business of our reason consists in analyses of the concepts we already have of objects. This affords a multitude of cognitions that, although nothing more than illuminations or clarifications of what is already thought in our concepts, though still confusedly, are treasured as if they were new insights, though they do not extend the concepts in matter or content, but only set them apart from each other. Since this procedure does yield a real a priori cognition, making secure and useful progress, reason, without itself noticing it, under these pretenses surreptitiously makes assertions of quite another sort, in which it adds something entirely alien to given concepts a priori, without one knowing how it was able to do this, and without such a question even being allowed to come to mind. I will therefore deal with the distinction between these two sorts of cognition right at the outset. Quote, "The light dove in free flight, cutting through the air the resistance of which it feels, could get the idea that it could do even better in airless space." Likewise, Plato abandoned the world of the senses because it set such narrow limits for the understanding and dared to go beyond it on the wings of the ideas, in the empty space of pure understanding. He did not notice that he made no headway by his efforts, for he had no resistance, no support, as it were, by which he could stiffen himself, and to which he could apply his powers in order to put his understanding into motion. Analytic and synthetic judgments. In all judgments in which the relation of a subject to the predicate is thought, considering only affirmative judgments, this relation is possible in two different ways. Either the predicate B belongs to the subject A as something that is covertly contained in this concept A, or B lies entirely outside the concept, though to be sure it stands in connection with it. In the first case, I call the judgment analytic, in the second synthetic. Analytic judgments, affirmative ones, are those in which the connection of the predicate is thought through identity. Those in which this connection is thought without identity are synthetic. One could also call the former judgments of clarification and the latter judgments of amplification, since through the predicate the former do not add anything to the concept of the subject, but only break it up by means of analysis into its component concepts, which are already thought in it, though confusedly, while the latter add to the concept of the subject a predicate that was not thought in it at all, and could not have been extracted from it through any analysis. If I say all bodies are extended, this is analytic. I need not go beyond the concept that I combine with the body in order to find that extension is connected with it, but only analyze that concept. If I say all bodies are heavy, the predicate is something entirely different from that which I think in the mere concept of a body in general. The addition yields a synthetic judgment. Judgments of experience, as such, are all synthetic. It would be absurd to ground an analytic judgment on experience, since I do not need to go beyond my concept at all in order to formulate the judgment. That a body is extended is established a priori. Before I go to experience, I already have all the conditions for my judgment in the concept, from which I merely draw out the predicate in accordance with the principle of contradiction, and can thereby become conscious of the necessity of the judgment, which experience could never teach me. On the contrary, although I do not include the predicate of weight in the concept of a body in general, the concept nevertheless designates an object of experience through a part of it, to which I can add still other parts of the same experience. I can first cognize the concept of body analytically through the marks of extension, impenetrability, shape, etc. Looking back to the experience from which I extracted this concept, I find that weight is also always connected with the previous marks, and I therefore add this synthetically as predicate. It is thus experience on which the possibility of the synthesis of the predicate of weight with the concept of body is grounded. But in synthetic a priori judgments, this means of help is entirely lacking. If I am to go beyond the concept A in order to cognize another B as combined with it, what is it on which I depend, and by means of which the synthesis becomes possible, since I here do not have the advantage of looking around for it in the field of experience? Take the proposition, everything that happens has its cause. In the concept of something that happens, I think an existence preceded by a time, etc., and from that analytic judgments can be drawn. But the concept of a cause lies entirely outside that concept and indicates something different than the concept of what happens in general. How then do I come to say something quite different about that which happens in general, and to cognize the concept of cause as belonging to it, indeed necessarily? What is the unknown equals X here, on which the understanding depends when it believes itself to discover beyond the concept of a predicate foreign to it, and yet connected with it? It cannot be experience, for the principle adduced borrows the second representation from experience with greater universality than experience can provide, and produces necessity of connection, which experience never teaches. Upon the solution of this question depends the success or failure of metaphysics. Synthetic a priori in mathematics, natural science, and metaphysics. Mathematical propositions are always a priori judgments and never empirical, because they carry necessity with them that cannot be derived from experience. One might initially think that 7 plus 5 is equal to 12, is a merely analytic proposition following from the concept of a sum of 7 and 5 in accordance with the principle of contradiction. Yet the concept of the sum of 7 and 5 contains nothing more than the unification of both numbers in a single one, through which it is not at all thought what this single number is which comprehends the two of them. The concept of 12 is by no means already thought merely by thinking that unification. No matter how long I analyze my concept of such a possible sum, I will still not find 12 in it. One must go beyond these concepts, seeking assistance in the intuition that corresponds to one of the two. One's 5 fingers, say, or 5 points, and one after another add the units of the 5, given in the intuition to the concept of 7, and thus see the number 12 arise. That 7 should be added to 5. I have thought in the concept of a sum equals 7 plus 5, but not that this sum is equal to the number 12. The arithmetical proposition is therefore always synthetic. One becomes all the more distinctly aware of that if one takes somewhat larger numbers. Just as little is any principle of pure geometry analytic. That the straight line between 2 points is the shortest is synthetic. My concept of the straight contains nothing of quantity, but only a quality. The concept of the shortest is entirely additional and cannot be extracted by any analysis. Help must here be gotten from intuition, by means of which alone the synthesis is possible. A few principles that geometers presuppose are actually analytic and rest on the principle of contradiction. A equals A, the whole is equal to itself, but they serve only for the chain of method. Even these, although valid in accordance with mere concepts, are admitted in mathematics only because they can be exhibited in intuition. Natural science, physica, contains within itself synthetic a priori judgments as principles, e.g., that in all alterations of the corporeal world the quantity of matter remains unaltered, or that in all communication of motion effect and counter-effect must always be equal. In both, necessity, hence a priori origin, and synthetic character are clear. In the concept of matter, I do not think persistence, but only its presence in space through the filling of space. I go beyond the concept to add something a priori that I did not think in it. In metaphysics, even if one regards it as a science thus far merely sought but indispensable because of the nature of human reason, synthetic a priori cognitions are supposed to be contained. We want to amplify our cognition a priori, and through synthetic a priori judgments go so far beyond that experience itself cannot follow us that far, e.g., the world must have a first beginning. Metaphysics, at least as far as its end is concerned, consists of purely synthetic a priori propositions. Analytic/synthetic, predicate contained in the subject concept, clarification through identity, versus predicate lying outside it, amplification. Judgments of experience, all synthetic. Analytic judgments need no testimony from experience. Unknown equals X, the ground of synthesis for synthetic a priori judgments. Neither analysis nor empirical looking around. Quote, one has already gained a great deal if one can bring a multitude of investigations under the formula of a single problem. The real problem of pure reason is now contained in the question: how are synthetic judgments a priori possible? The general problem of pure reason. That metaphysics has until now remained in such a vacillating state of uncertainty and contradictions is to be ascribed solely to the cause that no one has previously thought of this problem, and perhaps even of the distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments. On the solution of this problem, or on a satisfactory proof that the possibility it demands to have explained does not in fact exist at all, metaphysics now stands or falls. David Hume, who among all philosophers came closest to this problem, still did not conceive of it anywhere near determinately enough and in its universality, but rather stopped with the synthetic proposition of the connection of the effect with its cause, principium causalitatis, believing himself to have brought out that such an a priori proposition is entirely impossible. And according to his inferences, everything we call metaphysics would come down to a mere delusion of an alleged insight, of reason into that which has in fact merely been borrowed from experience and from habit has taken on the appearance of necessity. An assertion destructive of all pure philosophy, on which he would never have fallen if he had had our problem in its generality before his eyes. Since then he would have comprehended that according to his argument, there could also be no pure mathematics, since this certainly contains synthetic a priori propositions, an assertion from which a sound understanding would surely have protected him. In the solution of the above problem, there is at the same time contained the possibility of the pure use of reason in the grounding and execution of all sciences that contain a theoretical a priori cognition of objects, i.e., the answer to the questions, how is pure mathematics possible? How is pure natural science possible? About these sciences, since they are actually given, it can appropriately be asked how they are possible, for that they must be possible is proved through their actuality. As far as metaphysics is concerned, its poor progress up to now leaves everyone with ground to doubt its possibility. But now this kind of cognition is in a certain sense also to be regarded as given, and metaphysics is actual, if not as a science, yet as a natural predisposition, metaphysica naturalis. For human reason, without being moved by the mere vanity of knowing it all, inexorably pushes on, driven by its own need, to such questions that cannot be answered by any experiential use of reason. And thus a certain sort of metaphysics has actually been present in all human beings as soon as reason has extended itself to speculation in them, and it will also always remain there. And now about this too, the question is, how is metaphysics as a natural predisposition possible? And further, how is metaphysics as science possible? Transcendental cognition, critique, in the two stems. I call all cognition transcendental that is occupied not so much with objects, but rather with our mode of cognition of objects insofar as this is to be possible a priori. A system of such concepts would be called transcendental philosophy. But this is again too much for the beginning, since such a science would have to contain completely both analytic and synthetic a priori cognition. It is too broad in scope for our aim, since we need to take the analysis only as far as is indispensably necessary in order to provide insight into the principles of a priori synthesis in their entire scope. This investigation, which we can properly call not doctrine, but only transcendental critique, since it does not aim at the amplification of cognitions themselves, but only at their correction, and is to supply the touchstone of the worth or worthlessness of all cognitions a priori, is that with which we're now concerned. Such a critique is accordingly a preparation, if possible, for an organon, and if this cannot be accomplished, then at least for a canon, in accordance with which the complete system of the philosophy of pure reason can someday be exhibited both analytically and synthetically. Our object is not the nature of things, which is inexhaustible, but the understanding which judges about the nature of things, and this only in regard to its a priori cognition, the supply of which, since we do not need to search for it externally, cannot remain hidden from us, and in all likelihood is small enough to be completely recorded. Even less can one expect here a critique of the books and systems of pure reason, but rather that of the pure faculty of reason itself. Only if this is one's ground does one have a secure touchstone for appraising the philosophical content of old and new works in this specialty. Transcendental philosophy is here the idea of a science for which the critique of pure reason is to outline the entire plan architectonically, i.e., from principles, with a full guarantee for the completeness and certainty of all the components that comprise this edifice. That this critique is not itself already called transcendental philosophy rests solely on the fact that in order to be a complete system, it would also have to contain an exhaustive analysis of all of human cognition a priori. Our critique must lay before us a complete enumeration of all of the ancestral concepts that comprise the pure cognition in question. It properly refrains from the exhaustive analysis of these concepts themselves, as well as from the complete review of all derived from them. To the critique of pure reason, there accordingly belongs everything that constitutes transcendental philosophy, and it is the complete idea of transcendental philosophy, but is not yet this science itself. The chief target in the division of such a science is that absolutely no concept must enter into it that contains anything empirical. Although the supreme principles of morality and the fundamental concepts of it are a priori cognitions, they still do not belong in transcendental philosophy, For while they do not take concepts of pleasure and displeasure, desires and inclinations, as the ground of their precepts, they still must necessarily include them in the composition of the system of pure morality in the concept of duty. Hence, transcendental philosophy is a philosophy of pure, merely speculative reason. For everything practical, insofar as it contains incentives, is related to feelings, which belong among empirical sources of cognition. Now, if one wants to set up the division of this science from the general viewpoint of the system in general, then what we will now present must contain first a doctrine of elements, and second a doctrine of method of pure reason. All that seems necessary for an introduction or preliminary is that there are two stems of human cognition, which may perhaps arise from common, but to us unknown root, namely sensibility and understanding, through the first of which objects are given to us, but through the second of which they are thought. Now, if sensibility were to contain a priori representations, which constitute the condition under which objects are given to us, it will belong to transcendental philosophy. The transcendental doctrine of the senses will have to belong to the first part of the science of elements, since the conditions under which alone the objects of human cognition are given precede those under which those objects are thought. How are synthetic judgments a priori possible? The real problem of pure reason, metaphysics, stands or falls on its solution. Transcendental, occupied not so much with objects as with our a priori mode of cognizing them. Critique versus doctrine, purification and touchstone, not amplification, preparation for organon or at least canon. Two stems, sensibility, objects given, and understanding, objects thought, perhaps from a common unknown root. Quote, I call all cognition transcendental that is occupied not so much with objects, but rather with our mode of cognition of objects insofar as this is to be possible a priori. A system of such concepts would be called transcendental philosophy. Quote, all that seems necessary for an introduction or preliminary is that there are two stems of human cognition, which may perhaps arise from a common, but to us unknown root, namely sensibility and understanding, through the first of which objects are given to us, but through the second of which they are thought. Transcendental aesthetic. In whatever way and through whatever means a cognition may relate to objects, that through which it relates immediately to them, and at which all thought as a means is directed as an end, is intuition. This takes place only insofar as the object is given to us, but this in turn is possible only if it affects the mind in a certain way. The capacity, receptivity, to acquire representations through the way in which we are affected by objects is called sensibility. Objects are therefore given to us by means of sensibility, and it alone affords us intuitions, but they are thought through the understanding, and from it arise concepts. All thought, whether straightaway, direct, or through a detour, indirect, must ultimately be related to intuitions, thus, in our case, to sensibility, since there is no other way in which objects can be given to us. The effect of an object on the capacity for representation, insofar as we are affected by it, is sensation. That intuition, which is related to the object through sensation, is called empirical. The undetermined object of an empirical intuition is called appearance. I call that in the appearance which corresponds to sensation its matter, but that which allows the manifold of appearance to be intuited as ordered in certain relations, I call the form of appearance. Since that within which the sensations can alone be ordered and placed in a certain form cannot itself be, in turn, sensation, the matter of all appearance is only given to us a posteriori, but its form must all lie ready for it in the mind a priori, and can therefore be considered separately from all sensation. I call all representations pure in the transcendental sense, in which nothing is to be encountered that belongs to sensation. Accordingly, the pure form of sensible intuitions in general is to be encountered in the mind a priori, wherein all of the manifold of appearances is intuited in certain relations. This pure form of sensibility itself is also called pure intuition. So if I separate from the representation of a body that which the understanding thinks about it, such as substance, force, divisibility, etc., as well as that which belongs to sensation, such as impenetrability, hardness, color, etc., something from this empirical intuition is still left for me, namely extension and form. These belong to the pure intuition, which occurs a priori, even without an actual object of the senses or sensation, as a mere form of sensibility in the mind. I call a science of all principles of a priori sensibility the transcendental aesthetic. The Germans alone now employ aesthetics for the critique of taste, Baumgarten's failed hope of bringing the beautiful under principles of reason. Those rules are merely empirical and can never serve as a priori rules. Save the term for the doctrine that is true science. In the transcendental aesthetic, we will first isolate sensibility by separating off everything that the understanding thinks through its concepts, so that nothing but empirical intuition remains. Second, we will detach from the latter everything that belongs to sensation, so that nothing remains except pure intuition and the mere form of appearances, which is the only thing that sensibility can make available a priori. In this investigation, it will be found that there are two pure forms of sensible intuition as principles of a priori cognition, namely space and time. Sensibility/understanding. Objects given through receptivity, intuitions. Objects thought through concepts. Matter/form of appearance. Sensation a posteriori. Form ready a priori in the mind. Pure intuition. Form of sensibility with nothing of sensation. Extension and figure remaining after abstraction. Quote, in whatever way and through whatever means a cognition may relate to objects, that through which it relates immediately to them, and at which all thought as a means is directed as an end, is intuition. Objects are therefore given to us by means of sensibility, and it alone affords us intuitions, but they are thought through the understanding, and from it arise concepts. On space, metaphysical and transcendental exposition. By means of outer sense, we represent objects as outside us, and all as in space. In space, their form, magnitude, and relation to one another are determined. Inner sense, by means of which the mind intuits itself or its inner state, gives no intuition of the soul itself as an object. Yet it is still a determinate form under which alone the intuition of its inner state is possible, so that everything belonging to the inner determinations is represented in relations of time. Time can no more be intuited externally than space can be intuited as something in us. Were space and time, actual entities, determinations or relations of things that would pertain even if not intuited, or relations that attach only to the form of intuition, and thus to the subjective constitution of our mind. 1. Space is not an empirical concept drawn from outer experiences. For in order for certain sensations to be related to something outside me, to something in another place in space from that in which I find myself, thus in order for me to represent them as outside one another, thus not merely as different, but as in different places, the representation of space must already be their ground. Outer experience is itself first possible only through this representation. 2. Space is a necessary representation, a priori, which is the ground of all outer intuitions. One can never represent that there is no space, although one can very well think that there are no objects to be encountered in it. It is therefore to be regarded as the condition of the possibility of appearances, not as a determination dependent on them. 3. The apodictic certainty of all geometrical principles and the possibility of their a priori construction are grounded in this a priori necessity. Were the representation of space a concept acquired a posteriori, the first principles of mathematical determination would be nothing but perceptions, with all the contingency of perception. One would only be able to say that as far as has been observed to date, no space has been found that has more than 3 dimensions. For space is not a discursive or general concept of relations of things in general, but a pure intuition. One can only represent a single space. If one speaks of many spaces, one understands only parts of one and the same unique space. These parts cannot precede the single all-encompassing space as its components. They are only thought in it. It is essentially single, the manifold in it, thus also the general concept of spaces, rests merely on limitations. Geometrical principles, e.g., that in a triangle two sides together are always greater than the third, are never derived from general concepts of line and triangle, but from intuition a priori with apodictic certainty. 5. Space is represented as a given infinite magnitude. A general concept of space, common to a foot as well as an L, can determine nothing in respect to magnitude. If there were not boundlessness in the progress of intuition, no concept of relations could bring with it a principle of their infinity. I understand by a transcendental exposition the explanation of a concept as a principle from which insight into the possibility of other synthetic a priori cognitions can be gained. Geometry is a science that determines the properties of space synthetically and yet a priori. What then must the representation of space be for such a cognition to be possible? It must originally be intuition. From a mere concept, no propositions can be drawn that go beyond the concept, which happens in geometry. But this intuition must be encountered in us a priori, prior to all perception of an object, pure, not empirical, for geometrical propositions are all apodictic. How can an outer intuition inhabit the mind that precedes the objects themselves? Obviously not otherwise than insofar as it has its seat merely in the subject, as its formal constitution for being affected by objects and thereby acquiring immediate representation of them. Thus only is the form of outer sense in general. Our explanation alone makes the possibility of geometry as a synthetic a priori cognition comprehensible. Conclusions on space, empirical reality, transcendental ideality. A. Space represents no property at all of any things in themselves, nor any relation of them to each other that would remain even if one abstracted from all subjective conditions of intuition. Neither absolute nor relative determinations can be intuited prior to the existence of the things to which they pertain, thus be intuited a priori. B. Space is nothing other than merely the form of all appearances of outer sense. The subjective condition of sensibility under which alone outer intuition is possible for us. Since the receptivity of the subject to be affected by objects necessarily precedes all intuitions of these objects, it can be understood how the form of all appearances can be given in the mind prior to all actual perceptions, thus a priori. We can accordingly speak of space, extended beings, and so on, only from the human standpoint. If we depart from the subjective condition under which alone we can acquire outer intuition, the representation of space signifies nothing at all. This predicate is attributed to things only insofar as they appear to us, i.e., are objects of sensibility. We can well say that space comprehends all things that may appear to us externally, but not all things in themselves, whether intuited or not, or by whatever subject they may be intuited, for we cannot judge whether the intuitions of other thinking beings are bound to the same conditions. The proposition, all things are next to one another in space, is valid only under the limitation that these things be taken as objects of our sensible intuition. If I say all things as outer intuitions are next to one another in space, the rule is valid universally and without limitation. Our expositions teach the reality, objective validity, of space in regard to everything that can come before us externally as an object, but at the same time the ideality of space in regard to things when they are considered in themselves through reason. We therefore assert the empirical reality of space with respect to all possible outer experience, though to be sure at the same time its transcendental ideality, that it is nothing as soon as we leave aside the condition of the possibility of all experience and take it as something that grounds the things in themselves. Do not illustrate this ideality with colors, taste, etc. Those are correctly considered not as qualities of things, but as mere alterations of our subject, which can even be different in different people. In that case, that which is originally itself only appearance, e.g., a rose, counts in an empirical sense as a thing in itself that can appear different to every eye in regard to color. The transcendental concept of appearances in space, on the contrary, is a critical reminder that absolutely nothing intuited in space is a thing in itself, and that space is not a form proper to anything in itself, that objects in themselves are not known to us at all, and that what we call outer objects are nothing other than mere representations of our sensibility, whose form is space, but whose true correlate, the thing in itself, is not and cannot be cognized through them, but is also never asked after an experience. Space as pure intuition, single, infinite, necessary a priori ground of outer experience, not an empirical or discursive concept. Empirical reality / transcendental ideality, objectively valid for all outer appearances, nothing if taken to ground things in themselves. Quote, "We therefore assert the empirical reality of space with respect to all possible outer experience, though to be sure at the same time its transcendental ideality, i.e., that it is nothing as soon as we leave aside the condition of the possibility of all experience and take it as something that grounds the things in themselves." On time, exposition and conclusions. Edition B. B revises especially the exposition of time. Kant names this among the presentation changes of the second edition. The conclusions, empirical reality and transcendental ideality, remain. In Edition B, time is not an empirical concept drawn from experience. For simultaneity or succession would not themselves come into perception if the representation of time did not ground them a priori. Only under its presupposition can one represent that several things exist at one and the same time, simultaneously, or in different times, successively. Time is a necessary representation that grounds all intuitions. In regard to appearances, in general, one cannot remove time, though one can very well take the appearances away from time. Time is therefore given a priori. In it alone is all actuality of appearances possible. The latter could all disappear, but time itself, as the universal condition of their possibility, cannot be removed. This a priori necessity also grounds the possibility of apodictic principles of relations of time, or axioms of time in general. Time has only one dimension. Different times are not simultaneous, but successive, just as different spaces are not successive but simultaneous. These principles could not be drawn from experience, for this would yield neither strict universality nor apodictic certainty. Time is no discursive or general concept, but a pure form of sensible intuition. Different times are only parts of one and the same time. That representation, which can only be given through a single object, is an intuition. The proposition that different times cannot be simultaneous is synthetic and cannot be derived from a general concept. It is immediately contained in the intuition and representation of time. The infinitude of time signifies nothing more than that every determinate magnitude of time is only possible through limitations of single time grounding it. The original representation of time must therefore be given as unlimited. The transcendental exposition of the concept of time, the concept of alteration, and, with it, the concept of motion as alteration of place, is possible only through and in the representation of time. If this representation were not a priori intuition, no concept, whatever it might be, could make comprehensible the possibility of an alteration, of combining contradictorily opposed predicates in one and the same object, e.g., a thing's being in a place and not being in the same place. Only in time can both contradictorily opposed determinations in one thing be encountered, namely, successively. Our concept of time thus explains the possibility of as much synthetic a priori cognition as is presented in the general theory of motion. Conclusions. A. Time is not something that would subsist for itself or attach to things as an objective determination, and thus remain if one abstracted from all subjective conditions of the intuition of them. In the first case, it would be something actual without an actual object. In the second, it could not be given a priori as a condition of objects prior to them. B. Time is nothing other than the form of inner sense, i.e., of the intuition of ourself and our inner state. Time cannot be a determination of outer appearances. It belongs neither to a shape nor a position, but rather determines the relation of representations in our inner state. And just because this inner intuition yields no shape, we also attempt to make up for this lack through analogies, representing the temporal sequence through a line progressing to infinity, in which the manifold constitutes a series of only one dimension. C. Time is the formal a priori condition of all appearances in general. Space, as the pure form of all outer intuition, is limited as an a priori condition merely to outer appearances. Time, on the contrary, since all representations, whether they have outer things as their object or not, belong as determinations of the mind to the inner state, and this inner state stands under the formal condition of inner intuition, thus of time. So time is an a priori condition of all appearance in general, and indeed the immediate condition of the inner, and thereby also the mediate condition of outer appearances. Time is therefore given a priori as the condition of the possibility of all appearances. All appearances may go away, but time, as the universal condition of their possibility, cannot be removed. Empirical reality of time, objectively valid in regard to all objects that may ever be given to our senses. Transcendental ideality. If one abstracts from the subjective conditions of sensible intuition, time is nothing and cannot be counted among objects in themselves. Against those who assert the absolute reality of time, they must admit two everlasting and self-subsisting non-entities, space and time, which exist without there being anything actual, merely in order to contain everything actual in themselves. Against those who deny absolute reality, but yet assert empirical, they must declare motion and change to be merely illusion, for change is possible only in time. Our doctrine alone accounts for the empirical reality of time, while denying its absolute and transcendental reality. Quote, time is nothing other than the form of inner sense, i.e., of the intuition of our self and our inner state. Time is the formal a priori condition of all appearances in general. Space, as the pure form of all outer intuition, is limited as an a priori condition merely to outer appearances. So time is an a priori condition of all appearance in general, and indeed the immediate condition of the inner, and thereby also the mediate condition of outer appearances. General remarks: appearance, not illusion. The transcendental aesthetic must not merely earn favor as a plausible hypothesis, but be as certain and indubitable as can ever be demanded of a theory that is to serve as an organon. If space and time were in themselves objective and conditions of the possibility of things in themselves, then whence the a priori apodictic synthetic propositions of geometry? Empirical concepts and intuitions cannot yield necessity and absolute universality. For mere concepts, only analytic cognition can be attained. Try to derive from the concept of straight lines, and the number 2, that with 2 straight lines no space at all can be enclosed. All effort is in vain. You must take refuge in intuition. That intuition must be pure a priori, not empirical. If there did not lie in you a faculty for intuiting a priori, if this subjective condition regarding form were not at the same time the universal a priori condition under which alone the object of this outer intuition is itself possible, if the object, the triangle, were something in itself without relation to your subject, then how could you say that what necessarily lies in your subjective conditions for constructing a triangle must also necessarily pertain to the triangle in itself? It is therefore indubitably certain that space and time, as the necessary conditions of all outer and inner experience, are merely subjective conditions of all our intuition, in relation to which therefore all objects are mere appearances and not things given for themselves in this way. About these appearances much may be said a priori that concerns their form, but nothing whatsoever about the things in themselves that may ground them. One may call a rainbow a mere appearance in a sun shower, but call this rain the thing in itself. And this is correct as long as we understand the latter concept in a merely physical sense, as that which in universal experience is always determined thus, and not otherwise in intuition. But if we ask whether it, not the raindrops, already empirical objects, represents an object in itself, then the question is transcendental, and not only these drops are mere appearances, but even their round form, indeed, even the space through which they fall are nothing in themselves, but only mere modifications or foundations of our sensible intuition. The transcendental object remains unknown to us. If I say that in space and time intuition represents both outer objects and the self-intuition of the mind, as each affects our senses, i.e., as it appears, that is not to say that these objects would be a mere illusion. In the appearance, the objects, indeed, even properties that we attribute to them, are always regarded as something really given. Only insofar as this property depends on the kind of intuition of the subject and its relation to the given object is this object, as appearance, to be distinguished from itself as object in itself. Thus I do not say that bodies merely seem to be outside me, or that my soul only seems to be given in my self-consciousness, when I assert that the quality of space and time, in accordance with which I posit them as condition of their existence, lies merely in my kind of intuition and not in these objects in themselves. It would be my own fault if I made that which I should count as appearance in a mere illusion. Our transcendental distinction does not mean that all experience is dream. It means that what experience cognizes a priori in form is the form of our sensibility, not a determination of things, as they are independently of that sensibility. Inner sense likewise. The subject can only be represented by its means as appearance, not as it would judge of itself if its intuition were mere self-activity, i.e., intellectual. Consciousness of itself, apperception, is the simple representation of the I. In human beings, this consciousness requires inner perception of the manifold antecedently given in the subject without spontaneity, sensibility. The mind intuits itself not as it would immediately self-actively represent itself, but in accordance with the way in which it is affected from within, consequently, as it appears to itself, not as it is. Thus, the transcendental aesthetic contains two pure forms of sensible intuition as principles of a priori cognition, space and time. Empirical reality secured, transcendental ideality secured, geometry and the general doctrine of motion made comprehensible as synthetic a priori sciences. The thing in itself left as unknown correlate, never asked after an experience, yet thinkable as bound of sensibility's claim. Time as form of inner sense, immediate condition of all appearances, mediate condition of outer appearances through the inner state. Appearance is not equal to illusion. Objects really given under our form of intuition, transcendental object unknown. Inner sense. The mind appears to itself in time, not intellectual self-intuition of what it is in itself. Quote, "It is therefore indubitably certain and not merely possible or even probable that space and time, as the necessary conditions of all outer and inner experience, are merely subjective conditions of all our intuition, in relation to which therefore all objects are mere appearances and not things given for themselves in this way. About these appearances, further, much may be said a priori that concerns their form, but nothing whatsoever about the things in themselves that may ground them." Analytic of concepts. Our cognition arises from two fundamental sources in the mind: the reception of representations, the receptivity of impressions, and the faculty for cognizing an object by means of these representations, spontaneity of concepts. Through the former, an object is given to us. Through the latter, it is thought in relation to that representation. Intuition and concepts, therefore, constitute the elements of all our cognition, so that neither concepts without intuition corresponding to them in some way, nor intuition without concepts can yield cognition. Both are either pure or empirical. If we will call the receptivity of our mind to receive representations insofar as it is affected in some way sensibility, then on the contrary, the faculty for bringing forth representations itself, or the spontaneity of cognition, is the understanding. It comes along with our nature that intuition can never be other than sensible. Neither of these properties is to be preferred to the other. Without sensibility, no object would be given to us, and without understanding none would be thought. Thoughts without content are empty. Intuitions without concepts are blind. It is thus just as necessary to make the mind's concepts sensible, to add an object to them in intuition, as it is to make its intuitions understandable, to bring them under concepts. Further, these two faculties cannot exchange their functions. The understanding is not capable of intuiting anything, and the senses are not capable of thinking anything. Only from their unification can cognition arise. Hence we distinguish the science of the rules of sensibility in general, i.e., aesthetic, from the science of the rules of understanding in general, i.e., logic. General logic abstracts from all content of cognition and considers only the logical form in the relation of cognitions to one another, the form of thinking in general. But since there are pure as well as empirical intuitions, a distinction between pure and empirical thinking of objects could also well be found. In this case, there would be a logic in which one did not abstract from all content of cognition. A logic that contained merely the rules of the pure thinking of an object would exclude all those cognitions that were of empirical content. It would concern the origin of our cognitions of objects insofar as that cannot be ascribed to the objects. And here I make a remark whose import extends to all of the following. Not every a priori cognition must be called transcendental, but only that by means of which we cognize that and how certain representations, intuitions, or concepts are applied entirely a priori or are possible. Hence, neither space nor any geometrical determination of it a priori is a transcendental representation, but only the cognition that these representations are not of empirical origin at all, and the possibility that they can nevertheless relate a priori to objects of experience. Likewise, the use of space with regard to objects in general would also be transcendental, but if it is restricted solely to objects of the senses, then it is empirical. The distinction of the transcendental and the empirical belongs, therefore, only to the critique of cognitions and does not concern their relation to their object. In expectation that there may perhaps be concepts that relate a priori to objects, not as pure or sensible intuitions, but rather merely as acts of pure thinking. Concepts, therefore, that are neither of empirical nor aesthetic origin, we provisionally form for ourselves the idea of a science of pure understanding and of rational cognition, through which we think objects completely a priori. Such a science, which would determine the origin, the domain, and the objective validity of such cognitions, would have to be called transcendental logic, because it has to do merely with the laws of the understanding and reason, but solely insofar as they are related to objects a priori and not, as in the case of general logic, to empirical as well as pure cognitions of reason without distinction. Analytic and dialectic of transcendental logic. In a transcendental logic, we isolate the understanding, as in the transcendental aesthetic, we isolated sensibility, and elevate from our cognition merely the part of our thought that has its origin solely in the understanding. The use of this pure cognition, however, rests on this as its condition, that objects to which it can be applied be given to us in intuition. For without intuition, all of our cognition would lack objects, and therefore remain completely empty. The part of transcendental logic that expounds the elements of the pure cognition of the understanding and the principles without which no object can be thought at all is the transcendental analytic, and at the same time a logic of truth. For no cognition can contradict it without at the same time losing all content, i.e., all relation to any object, hence all truth. But because it is very enticing and seductive to use these pure cognitions of the understanding and principles by themselves, and even beyond the boundaries of experience, though only the latter can furnish the matter to which those pure concepts of the understanding can be applied, the understanding falls into the danger of making a material use of the merely formal principles of pure understanding through empty sophistries, and of judging without distinction about objects that are not given to us, which perhaps indeed cannot be given to us in any way, since it should properly be only a canon for the assessment of empirical use. It is misused if one lets it count as the organon of a general and unrestricted use, and ventures with the pure understanding alone to judge synthetically, to assert, and to decide about objects in general. The use of the pure understanding would, in this case, therefore be dialectical. The second part of transcendental logic must therefore be a critique of this dialectical illusion, and is called transcendental dialectic, not as an art of dogmatically arousing such illusion, an unfortunately very popular art among practitioners of metaphysical jugglery, but rather as a critique of the understanding and reason in regard to their hyperphysical use. In order to uncover the false illusion of their groundless pretensions and to reduce their claims to invention and amplification, which they would like to attain through transcendental principles alone, to mere assessment and evaluation of the pure understanding, guarding it against sophistical tricks. Thoughts without content are empty. Intuitions without concepts are blind. Cognition only from the unification of sensibility and understanding. Transcendental logic. Laws of understanding related to objects a priori. Origin, domain, objective validity. Analytic/dialectic. Logic of truth, elements and principles without which no object can be thought, versus critique of dialectical illusion beyond experience. Quote, thoughts without content are empty. Intuitions without concepts are blind. It is thus just as necessary to make the mind's concepts sensible, i.e., to add an object to them in intuition, as it is to make its intuitions understandable, i.e., to bring them under concepts. The clue, from logical functions to categories. I understand by an analytic of concepts, not their analysis, or the usual procedure of philosophical investigations, that of dissecting the content of concepts that present themselves and thereby making them distinct, but rather the much less frequently attempted analysis of the faculty of understanding itself, in order to research the possibility of a priori concepts by seeking them only in the understanding as their birthplace and analyzing its pure use in general. For this is the proper business of a transcendental philosophy. We will therefore pursue the pure concepts into their first seeds and predispositions in the human understanding, where they lie ready, until they are finally developed on the occasion of experience and are exhibited in their clarity by the very same understanding, liberated from the empirical conditions attaching to them. The understanding was explained above only negatively as a non-sensible faculty of cognition. Now we can become conscious of the understanding through no other means than through its functions, the unity of the action of ordering different representations under a common one. Concepts are grounded on the spontaneity of thinking, as sensible intuitions are grounded on the receptivity of impressions. Now the understanding can make no other use of these concepts than that of judging by means of them. Since no representation pertains to the object immediately except intuition alone, a concept is never immediately related to an object, but is always related to some other representation of it, whether that be an intuition or itself already a concept. Judgment is therefore the mediate cognition of an object, hence the representation of a representation of it. All judgments are accordingly functions of unity among our representations. If we abstract from all content of a judgment in general, and attend only to the mere form of the understanding in it, we find that the function of thinking and that can be brought under four titles, each of which contains under itself three moments: quantity, universal, particular, singular; quality, affirmative, negative, infinite; relation, categorical, hypothetical, disjunctive; modality, problematic, assertoric, apodictic. Transcendental logic has a manifold of sensibility that lies before it a priori, which the transcendental aesthetic has offered to it, in order to provide the pure concepts of the understanding with a matter, without which they would be without any content, thus completely empty. Space and time contain a manifold of pure a priori intuition, but belong among the conditions of receptivity. Only the spontaneity of our thought requires that this manifold first be gone through, taken up, and combined in a certain way, in order for a cognition to be made out of it. I call this action synthesis, the action of putting different representations together with each other and comprehending their manifoldness in one cognition. Synthesis in general is the mere effect of the imagination, of a blind though indispensable function of the soul, without which we would have no cognition at all, but of which we are seldom even conscious. Yet to bring this synthesis to concepts is a function that pertains to the understanding and by means of which it first provides cognition in the proper sense. Pure synthesis, generally represented, yields the pure concept of the understanding. The same function that gives unity to the different representations in a judgment also gives unity to the mere synthesis of different representations in an intuition, which, expressed generally, is called the pure concept of understanding. The same understanding, therefore, and indeed by means of the very same actions through which it brings the logical form of a judgment into concepts by means of the analytical unity, also brings a transcendental content into its representations by means of the synthetic unity of the manifold in intuition in general, on account of which they're called pure concepts of the understanding that pertain to objects a priori. This listing of all original pure concepts of synthesis that the understanding contains in itself a priori, following Aristotle, we will call these concept categories, is systematically generated from a common principle, namely the faculty for judging, and has not arisen rhapsodically from a haphazard search. Aristotle rounded them up as he stumbled on them. His table had holes, mixed in modi of pure sensibility and an empirical one, and included derivative concepts among the primary ones. Stroke, summary stroke. Inset, sheshpete. Section row, table of categories B106, 4I. Of quantity, 2. Of quality, 3. Of relation, 4. Of modality, unity, reality. Of inherence and subsistence, substantia et accidents. Possibility, impossibility, plurality, negation. Of causality and dependence, cause and effect. Existence, non-existence, totality, limitation. Of community, reciprocity between agent and patient. Necessity, contingency. Caption: the pure concepts of the understanding, systematically generated from the logical functions of judgment. This table, which contains 4 classes, can be split into 2 divisions. The mathematical categories, quantity, quality, concerned with objects of intuition. The dynamical ones, relation, modality, directed at the existence of these objects. Each class has 3 categories. The third always arises from the combination of the first 2, yet not as a merely derivative concept, for that combination requires a special act of the understanding. Thus, allness, totality, is plurality considered as a unity. Limitation is reality combined with negation. Community is the causality of a substance in the reciprocal determination of others. Necessity is the existence that is given by possibility itself. Synthesis, putting different representations together and comprehending their manifoldness in one cognition. First origin of cognition as to content. Categories. Pure concepts of understanding equals logical functions of judgment insofar as they determine the manifold of a given intuition. Metaphysical deduction. Origin of the categories from complete coincidence with the universal logical functions of thinking. Quote, the same function that gives unity to the different representations in a judgment also gives unity to the mere synthesis of different representations in an intuition, which, expressed generally, is called the pure concept of understanding. Transcendental deduction, A. Threefold synthesis. Edition A. A deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding must be transcendental. Among the many concepts that constitute the highly mixed fabric of human cognition, some are destined for pure a priori use, and their right always requires a deduction. Empirical proofs do not authorize such a use. The first edition prepares the reader in 4 numbers before the systematic third section. The subjective sources of cognition, sense, imagination, and apperception, must be exhibited in their a priori employment if the categories are to have objective validity for appearances. Wherever our representations may arise, as modifications of the mind, they belong to inner sense and are subject to time as the formal condition in which they must all be ordered and connected. Every intuition contains a manifold that would not be represented as such if the mind did not distinguish time in the succession of impressions. For as contained in one moment, no representation is anything other than absolute unity. To bring this manifold into one representation, as of space, requires first running through and then taking together that manifoldness. The synthesis of apprehension aimed directly at intuition. This synthesis must also be exercised a priori. Without it, we could have a priori neither the representations of space nor of time, since these are generated only through the synthesis of the manifold that sensibility in its original receptivity provides. The synthesis of reproduction in the imagination is next. It is a merely empirical law that representations often following or accompanying one another become associated, so that one brings about a transition to the other by a constant rule. Yet that law presupposes that appearances themselves are subject to such a rule. Without it, the empirical imagination would remain a dead and unknown faculty. If cinnabar were now red, now black, now light, now heavy, if a human being changed into this animal shape, now that, if on the longest day the land were covered now with fruits, now with ice, then my empirical imagination would never think of heavy cinnabar on the occasion of red. There must therefore be something that makes reproduction possible by being the a priori ground of a necessary synthetic unity of appearances. Appearances are not things in themselves, but the play of our representations, determinations of inner sense. Even our purest a priori intuitions yield no cognition except insofar as they contain the combination that makes a thoroughgoing synthesis of reproduction possible. If in drawing a line in thought, or thinking noon to noon, or representing a number, I always lost the preceding representations and did not reproduce them when proceeding to the following, no whole representation, not even space and time, could arise. Apprehension is therefore inseparably combined with reproduction. The reproductive synthesis of the imagination belongs among the transcendental actions of the mind. Without consciousness that what we think is the very same as what we thought a moment before, all reproduction would be in vain, a new representation that would not belong to the act through which it had been generated, and whose manifold would never constitute a whole. If in counting I forget that the units now hovering before my senses were successively added, I would not cognize the number, for that concept consists solely in the consciousness of this unity of the synthesis. This one consciousness unifies the manifold successively intuited and reproduced into one representation. The synthesis of recognition in the concept. What is meant by an object of representations? Appearances themselves are sensible representations, not objects outside the power of representation. The corresponding object must be thought only as something in general equals X. Outside our cognition, we have nothing to set over against it. The unity the object makes necessary can be nothing other than the formal unity of consciousness in the synthesis of the manifold. We cognize the object if we have effected synthetic unity in the manifold of intuition. Impossible unless the intuition could have been produced through a function of synthesis according to a rule that makes reproduction necessary a priori. Thus we think a triangle as an object by being conscious of the composition of three straight lines according to a rule. The concept of this unity is the representation of the object equals X. All possible appearances belong, as representations, to the whole possible self-consciousness. From this transcendental representation, numerical identity is inseparable a priori. Appearances are therefore subject a priori to conditions with which their synthesis of apprehension must thoroughly accord, rules, and if they must be so posited, laws. All appearances stand in a thoroughgoing connection according to necessary laws, hence in a transcendental affinity, of which empirical affinity is the mere consequence. That nature should direct itself according to our subjective ground of apperception may sound strange, but nature is nothing in itself but a sum of appearances, a multitude of representations of the mind, and the unity on account of which alone it can be called object of all possible experience lies in transcendental apperception. Sense, imagination, and apperception are the three subjective sources. Pure intuition grounds perception a priori. Pure synthesis of imagination grounds association a priori. pure apperception, thoroughgoing identity of oneself in all possible representations, grounds empirical consciousness a priori. The unity of apperception in relation to the synthesis of the imagination is the understanding. That same unity in relation to the transcendental synthesis of the imagination is the pure understanding. In the understanding, therefore, are pure a priori cognitions, the categories, containing the necessary unity of the pure synthesis of imagination in regard to all possible appearances. Without them, no concepts of objects would converge into an experience. In addition, a threefold synthesis, a apprehension and intuition, reproduction and imagination, recognition and the concept, the path from manifold to object equals X. Transcendental affinity, objective ground of association, empirical affinity its consequence, grounded in the unity of apperception. Sense, imagination, apperception, three subjective sources whose a priori employment makes experience possible. Categories as pure understanding's cognitions. Quote, if cinnabar were now red, now black, now light, now heavy, if a human being were now changed into this animal shape, now into that one, then my empirical imagination would never even get the opportunity to think of heavy cinnabar on the occasion of the representation of the color red. Quote, all appearances therefore stand in a thoroughgoing connection according to necessary laws, and hence in a transcendental affinity, of which the empirical affinity is the mere consequence. Transcendental deduction, B. Combination and apperception. Edition B. The second edition rewrites the deduction's path for clarity. Combination, the I think, objective unity of judgment, and categories as conditions of the possibility of experience, without altering the propositions or the completeness of the plan. What follows is that B path. In addition B, a deduction of the pure concepts of the understanding must be transcendental. Among the many concepts that constitute the highly mixed fabric of human cognition, there are some destined for pure a priori use, independent of all experience, and their right always requires a deduction, for empirical proofs do not suffice for the authorization of such a use. I call the explanation of the way in which concepts can relate to objects a priori their transcendental deduction, and distinguish it from the empirical deduction, which shows the way in which a concept is acquired through experience and reflection on it. We are already in possession of two entirely different sorts of concepts, which agree in relating to objects completely a priori. The concepts of space and time as forms of sensibility, and the categories as concepts of understanding. A transcendental deduction of both must be given. For the categories, however, we are presented with a special difficulty, since, as a priori concepts of objects, they must relate not to intuition, but to the thinking of an object in general. And yet how subjective conditions of thinking should have objective validity, i.e., yield conditions of the possibility of all cognition of objects, is not so easy to see. Appearances can certainly be given in intuition without functions of the understanding, but they cannot be thought as objects without categories. The manifold of representations can be given in an intuition that is merely sensible. Yet the combination, conjunctio, of a manifold in general can never come to us through the senses, and therefore cannot already be contained in the pure form of sensible intuition, for it is an act of the spontaneity of the power of representation. All combination, whether we are conscious of it or not, whether it is a combination of the manifold of intuition or of several concepts, is an action of the understanding, which we designate with the general title synthesis, in order to draw attention to the fact that we can represent nothing as combined in the object without having previously combined it ourselves, and that among all representations combination is the only one that is not given through objects but can be executed only by the subject itself, because it is an act of its self-activity. One can here easily see that this action must originally be unique and equally valid for all combination, and that the dissolution analysis, that seems to be its opposite, nevertheless always presupposes it, for where the understanding has not previously combined anything, neither can it dissolve anything. But the concept of combination also includes, besides the concept of the manifold, and of its synthesis, that of the unity of the manifold. Combination is the representation of the synthetic unity of the manifold. The representation of this unity cannot arise from the combination. Rather, by being added to the representation of the manifold, it first makes the concept of combination possible. This unity, which precedes all concepts of combination a priori, is not the category of unity. For all categories are grounded on logical functions of judgment, and in these combination already of concepts is thought. Thus the category already presupposes combination. We must therefore seek this unity still higher, namely in that which itself contains the ground of the unity of different concepts and judgments, hence of the possibility of the understanding, even as to its logical use. The I think must be able to accompany all my representations, for otherwise something would be represented in me that could not be thought at all, which is as much as to say that the representation would either be impossible or else at least would be nothing for me. That representation that can be given prior to all thinking is called intuition. All the manifold of intuition has, therefore, a necessary relation to the I think in the same subject in which this manifold is to be encountered. This representation, however, is an act of spontaneity. It cannot be regarded as belonging to sensibility. I call it the pure apperception, in order to distinguish it from the empirical one, or also the original apperception, since it is that self-consciousness which, because it produces the representation I think, which must be able to accompany all others and is one and the same in all consciousness, cannot itself be accompanied by any further representation. I also call its unity the transcendental unity of self-consciousness, in order to designate the possibility of a priori cognition from it. For the manifold representations that are given in a certain intuition would not altogether be my representations if they did not altogether belong to one self-consciousness, i.e., as my representations, even if I am not conscious of them as such. They must yet necessarily be in accordance with the condition under which alone they can stand together in one universal self-consciousness, because otherwise they would not throughout belong to me. This thoroughgoing identity of the apperception of a manifold, given in intuition, contains a synthesis of representations, and is possible only through the consciousness of this synthesis. For the empirical consciousness that accompanies different representations is by itself dispersed and without relation to the identity of the subject. This relation, therefore, does not yet come about by my accompanying each representation with consciousness, but rather by my adding one representation to the other and being conscious of their synthesis. Therefore, it is only because I can combine a manifold of given representations in one consciousness that it is possible for me to represent the identity of the consciousness in these representations itself, i.e., the analytical unity of apperception is only possible under the presupposition of some synthetic one. The thought that these representations given in intuition altogether belong to me means, accordingly, the same as that I unite them in one self-consciousness, or at least can unite them therein. And although it is itself not yet the consciousness of the synthesis of the representations, it still presupposes the possibility of the latter. Synthetic unity of the manifold of intuitions, as given a priori, is thus the ground of the identity of apperception itself, which precedes a priori all my determinate thinking. Combination does not lie in the objects, however, and cannot, as it were, be borrowed from them through perception and by that means first taken up into the understanding, but is rather only an operation of the understanding, which is itself nothing further than the faculty of combining a priori and bringing the manifold of given representations under unity of apperception, the supreme principle of all human cognition. Objective unity, judgment, and categories as conditions of experience. The transcendental unity of apperception is that unity through which all of the manifold given in an intuition is united in a concept of the object. It is called objective on that account, and must be distinguished from the subjective unity of consciousness, which is a determination of inner sense through which that manifold of intuition is empirically given for such a combination. The empirical unity of consciousness, through association of representations, concerns an appearance and is entirely contingent. That unity alone, which stands under the original unity of consciousness by means of the necessary relation of the manifold of intuition to the one I think, is objectively valid. A judgment is nothing other than the way to bring given cognitions to the objective unity of apperception. That is the aim of the copula in them, to distinguish the objective unity of given representations from the subjective. For this word designates the relation of the representations to the original apperception and its necessary unity, even if the judgment itself is empirical, hence contingent, e.g., bodies are heavy. By that I do not mean to say that these representations necessarily belong to one another in the empirical intuition, but rather that they belong to one another in virtue of the necessary unity of the apperception in the synthesis of intuitions. Only in this way does there arise from this relation a judgment that is objectively valid, and that is sufficiently distinguished from the relation of these same representations, in which there would be only subjective validity, e.g., in accordance with laws of association. In accordance with the latter, I could only say if I carry a body, I feel a pressure of weight, but not if the body is heavy. The manifold that is given in a sensible intuition necessarily belongs under the original synthetic unity of apperception, since through this alone is the unity of the intuition possible. That action of the understanding through which the manifold of given representations is brought under an apperception in general is the logical function of judgments. Therefore, all manifold, insofar as it is given in one empirical intuition, is determined in regard to one of the logical functions for judgment. But now the categories are nothing other than these very functions for judging, insofar as the manifold of a given intuition is determined with regard to them. Thus, the manifold in a given intuition also necessarily stands under categories. In the metaphysical deduction, the origin of the a priori categories in general was established through their complete coincidence with the universal logical functions of thinking. In the transcendental deduction, their possibility as a priori cognitions of objects of an intuition in general was exhibited. Now, the possibility of cognizing a priori through categories whatever objects may come before our senses, as far as the laws of their combination are concerned, thus the possibility of, as it were, prescribing the law to nature, and even making the latter possible, is to be explained. By the synthesis of apprehension, I understand the composition of the manifold in an empirical intuition, through which perception becomes possible. Space and time are represented a priori, not merely as forms of sensible intuition, but also as intuitions themselves, which contain a manifold, and thus with the determination of the unity of this manifold in them. Even unity of the synthesis of the manifold, outside or within us, is already given a priori, along with not in, these intuitions, as condition of the synthesis of all apprehension. But this synthetic unity can be none other than that of the combination of the manifold of a given intuition in general in an original consciousness, in agreement with the categories, only applied to our sensible intuition. Consequently, all synthesis, through which even perception itself becomes possible, stands under the categories. And since experience is cognition through connected perceptions, the categories are conditions of the possibility of experience, and are thus also valid a priori of all objects of experience. If I make the empirical intuition of a house into perception through apprehension of its manifold, my ground is the necessary unity of space. I, as it were, draw its shape in agreement with this synthetic unity. This very same synthetic unity, if I abstract from the form of space, has its seat in the understanding and is the category of quantity. If I perceive the freezing of water, I apprehend two states, fluidity and solidity, as standing in a relation of time. This synthetic unity, abstracted from time, is the category of cause. Categories are concepts that prescribe laws a priori to appearances, thus to nature as the sum total of all appearances, natura materialiter spectata. It is by no means stranger that the laws of appearances in nature must agree with the understanding and its a priori form, than that the appearances themselves must agree with the form of sensible intuition a priori. For laws exist just as little in the appearances, but rather exist only relative to the subject in which the appearances inhere, insofar as it has understanding, as appearances do not exist in themselves, but only relative to the same being insofar as it has senses. As mere representations, they stand under no law of connection at all except that which the connecting faculty prescribes. Imagination depends on understanding for the unity of its intellectual synthesis and on sensibility for the manifoldness of apprehension. All possible perceptions, hence all appearances of nature as far as their combination is concerned, stand under the categories on which nature, considered merely as nature in general, depends as the original ground of its necessary lawfulness, natura formaliter spectata. The pure faculty of understanding does not suffice, however, to prescribe to the appearances through mere categories a priori laws beyond those on which rests in nature in general. Particular laws, because they concern empirically determined appearances, cannot be completely derived from the categories, although they all stand under them. Experience must be added in order to come to know particular laws at all, but only the laws of nature in general can be cognized a priori from the categories. The first edition's deduction proceeds through a threefold synthesis of apprehension and intuition, of reproduction and imagination, and of recognition in the concept, toward the transcendental unity of apperception and the objective validity of the categories. The second edition rewrites the path through combination, the I think, objective unity of judgment, and the application of categories to our sensible intuition as conditions of the possibility of experience. The propositions remain. The presentation is altered for clarity. I think must be able to accompany all my representations, pure/original/transcendental apperception. Objective unity of apperception, manifold united in a concept of the object, contrasted with contingent empirical association. Categories as conditions of experience. All synthesis of apprehension, hence all perception and nature as lawful combination, stands under them. Particular empirical laws still require experience. Quote, the I think must be able to accompany all my representations, for otherwise something would be represented in me that could not be thought at all, which is as much as to say that the representation would either be impossible or else at least would be nothing for me. Quote, consequently, all synthesis, through which even perception itself becomes possible, stands under the categories, and since experience is cognition through connected perceptions, the categories are conditions of the possibility of experience, and are thus also valid a priori of all objects of experience. Analytic of principles. General logic is constructed on a plan corresponding to understanding, the power of judgment and reason, concepts, judgments, and inferences. Transcendental logic, limited to pure a priori cognitions, cannot imitate this division completely. The transcendental use of reason is not objectively valid at all, and belongs not to the logic of truth, the analytic, but, as a logic of illusion, to the transcendental dialectic. Understanding and the power of judgment accordingly have their canon of objectively valid use in transcendental logic's analytical part. The analytic of principles will accordingly be solely a canon for the power of judgment that teaches it to apply to appearances the concepts of the understanding, which contain the condition for rules a priori. I will therefore make use of the designation of a doctrine of the power of judgment. If the understanding in general is explained as the faculty of rules, then the power of judgment is the faculty of subsuming under rules, of determining whether something stands under a given rule, casus dei legis, or not. General logic contains no precepts at all for the power of judgment, and moreover cannot contain them. For since it abstracts from all content of cognition, nothing remains to it but analytically dividing the mere form of cognition into concepts, judgments, and inferences. If it wanted to show generally how one ought to subsume under these rules, this could not happen except once again through a rule, which would demand another instruction for the power of judgment. Although the understanding is certainly capable of being instructed and equipped through rules, the power of judgment is a special talent that cannot be taught but only practiced. This is what is specific to so-called motherwit, the lack of which cannot be made good by any school. A physician, a judge, or a statesman can have many fine rules in his head and yet easily stumble in their application, either because he is lacking in natural power of judgment and understands the universal in abstracto, but cannot distinguish whether a case in concreto belongs under it, or because he has not received adequate training through examples. Examples are the leading strings of the power of judgment, which he who lacks the natural talent for judgment can never do without. The lack of the power of judgment is that which is properly called stupidity, and such a failing is not to be helped. But although general logic can give no precepts to the power of judgment, things are quite different with transcendental logic. It even seems that the latter has as its proper business to correct and secure the power of judgment in the use of the pure understanding through determinate rules. The peculiar thing about transcendental philosophy is this, that in addition to the rule, or rather the general condition for rules, given in the pure concept of the understanding, it can at the same time indicate a priori the case to which the rules ought to be applied. This transcendental doctrine of the power of judgment will contain 2 chapters. The first, dealing with the sensible condition under which alone pure concepts of the understanding can be employed, the schematism of the pure understanding. And the second, dealing with those synthetic judgments that flow a priori from pure concepts of the understanding under these conditions, the principles of pure understanding. Schematism, the third thing. In all subsumptions of an object under a concept, the representations of the former must be homogeneous with the latter. The concept must contain that which is represented in the object that is to be subsumed under it. Thus, the empirical concept of a plate has homogeneity with the pure geometrical concept of a circle, for the roundness thought in the former can be intuited in the latter. Now, pure concepts of the understanding, in comparison with empirical, indeed in general sensible, intuitions, are entirely unhomogeneous and can never be encountered in any intuition. How is the subsumption of the latter under the former? Thus the application of the category to appearances possible, since no one would say that the category, e.g., causality, could also be intuited through the senses and is contained in the appearance. This question makes a transcendental doctrine of the power of judgment necessary. It is clear that there must be a third thing, which must stand in homogeneity with the category on the one hand and the appearance on the other, and makes possible the application of the former to the latter. This mediating representation must be pure, without anything empirical, and yet intellectual on the one hand and sensible on the other. Such a representation is the transcendental schema. The concept of the understanding contains pure synthetic unity of the manifold in general. Time, as the formal condition of the manifold of inner sense, thus of the connection of all representations, contains an a priori manifold in pure intuition. Now, a transcendental time determination is homogeneous with the category, which constitutes its unity, insofar as it is universal and rests on a rule a priori. But it is on the other hand homogeneous with the appearance insofar as time is contained in every empirical representation of the manifold. Hence, an application of the category to appearances becomes possible by means of the transcendental time determination, which, as the schema of the concept of the understanding, mediates the subsumption of the latter under the former. We will call this formal and pure condition of the sensibility, to which the use of the concept of the understanding is restricted, the schema of this concept of the understanding, and we will call the procedure of the understanding with these schemata the schematism of the pure understanding. The schema is in itself always only a product of the imagination. But since the synthesis of the latter has as its aim no individual intuition, but rather only the unity in the determination of sensibility, the schema is to be distinguished from an image. If I place 5 points in a row, this is an image of the number 5. On the contrary, if I only think a number in general, which could be 5 or 100, this thinking is more the representation of a method for representing a multitude in an image in accordance with a certain concept than the image itself. Now, this representation of a general procedure of the imagination for providing a concept with its image is what I call the schema for this concept. In fact, it is not images of objects, but schemata that ground our pure sensible concepts. No image of a triangle would ever be adequate to the concept of it. It would not attain the generality of the concept, which makes this valid for all triangles, right or acute, etc., but would always be limited to one part of this sphere. The schema of the triangle can never exist anywhere except in thought, and signifies a rule of the synthesis of the imagination with regard to pure shapes in space. Even less does an object of experience or an image of it ever reach the empirical concept. Rather, the latter is always related immediately to the schema of the imagination, as a rule for the determination of our intuition in accordance with a certain general concept. The concept of a dog signifies a rule in accordance with which my imagination can specify the shape of a four-footed animal in general, without being restricted to any single particular shape that experience offers me or any possible image that I can exhibit in concreto. This schematism of our understanding with regard to appearances and their mere form is a hidden art in the depths of the human soul, whose true operations we can divine from nature and lay unveiled before our eyes only with difficulty. The schema of a pure concept of the understanding, on the contrary, is something that can never be brought to an image at all, but is rather only the pure synthesis, in accord with a rule of unity according to concepts in general, which the category expresses, a transcendental product of the imagination concerning the determination of the inner sense in general in accordance with conditions of its form, time. The pure image of all magnitudes for outer sense is space. For all objects of the senses in general, it is time. The pure schema of magnitude, quantitatis, as a concept of the understanding, is number, which is a representation that summarizes the successive addition of one homogeneous unit to another. Reality is that to which a sensation in general corresponds, a being in time. Negation is non-being in time. The schema of reality is continuous and uniform generation of reality in time. The schema of substance is the persistence of the real in time, of causality, the real upon which, whenever it is posited, something else always follows, succession of the manifold insofar as it is subject to a rule, of community, the simultaneous existence of the determinations of one substance with those of another in accordance with a universal rule, of possibility, the agreement of the synthesis of different representations with the conditions of time in general, of actuality, existence in a determinate time, of necessity, existence of an object in all time, power of judgment, faculty of subsuming under rules, mother wit that cannot be taught, only practiced, transcendental schema, pure mediating representation, intellectual and sensible, transcendental time determination, schema versus image, method of imagination for providing a concept with its image, dog concept as rule for four-footed shape in general, hidden art in the depths of the human soul. Quote, now it is clear that there must be a third thing, which must stand in homogeneity with the category on the one hand and the appearance on the other, and makes possible the application of the former to the latter. This mediating representation must be pure, without anything empirical, and yet intellectual on the one hand and sensible on the other. Such a representation is the transcendental schema. Quote, the concept of a dog signifies a rule in accordance with which my imagination can specify the shape of a four-footed animal in general, without being restricted to any single particular shape that experience offers me or any possible image that I can exhibit in concreto. This schematism of our understanding with regard to appearances and their mere form is a hidden art in the depths of the human soul, whose true operations we can divine from nature and lay unveiled before our eyes only with difficulty. Supreme principles, analytic and synthetic. The principle of contradiction, that no predicate pertains to a thing that contradicts it, is a general, though merely negative criterion of all truth and belongs merely to logic. One can also make a positive use of it for analytic cognition. Its truth must always be able to be cognized sufficiently in accordance with the principle of contradiction. Hence, we must allow the principle of contradiction to count as the universal and completely sufficient principle of all analytic cognition. But its authority does not extend beyond this as a sufficient criterion of truth. It is a conditio sine qua non, but not a determining ground of the truth of synthetic cognition. The supreme principle of all synthetic judgments is: every object stands under the necessary conditions of the synthetic unity of the manifold of intuition in a possible experience. Synthetic a priori judgments are thus possible when we relate the formal conditions of a priori intuition, the synthesis of imagination, and the necessary unity of this synthesis in a transcendental apperception to a possible experiential cognition in general, and say, the conditions of the possibility of experience in general are at the same time conditions of the possibility of the objects of experience, and on this account have objective validity in a synthetic a priori judgment. System of principles, mathematical and dynamical. Our table of the categories gives natural and secure guidance for exhibiting in systematic combination the judgments that the understanding actually brings about a priori. In the application of the pure concepts of understanding to possible experience, the use of their synthesis is either mathematical or dynamical. Both pertain a priori to appearances, but the former concerns only the intuition of an appearance in general, the latter its existence. The mathematical principles are constitutive. The dynamical, analogies and postulates, are only regulative as to existence. They give a rule for seeking an experience, not a construction of the object itself. Appearances must not be subsumed under the categories per se, but only under their schemata. Axioms of intuition. Their principle is: all intuitions are extensive magnitudes. I call an extensive magnitude that in which the representation of the parts makes possible the representation of the whole, and therefore necessarily precedes the latter. I cannot represent to myself any line, no matter how small it may be, without drawing it in thought, i.e., generating from a point all its parts one after another, and thereby first recording this intuition. All appearances are accordingly already intuited as aggregates, multitudes of antecedently given parts. On this rests the mathematics of appearance, geometry, and arithmetic as applied to appearances. Anticipations of perception. Their principle is: in all appearances the real, which is an object of the sensation, has intensive magnitude, i.e., a degree. Apprehension by means of sensation fills only an instant. As something in the appearance, sensation has no extensive magnitude, but yet a degree, a magnitude of influence on sense, which can diminish to nothing, negation equals zero. Between reality and negation, there is a continuous nexus of possible realities. Every sensation, therefore, hence every reality in appearance, however small it may be, has a degree. There is no smallest. Between 0 and every given degree, there are still smaller degrees. This is the second application of mathematics to natural science, of the mathematics of intensive magnitudes. Analogies of experience. Their principle is: experience is possible only through the representation of a necessary connection of perceptions. In philosophy, analogy is not the identity of two quantitative but of two qualitative relations. From three given members I can cognize a priori only the relation to a fourth, not this fourth member itself, although I have a rule for seeking an experience. An analogy of experience is therefore only a rule in accordance with which unity of experience is to arise from perceptions, and as a principle it will not be valid of the objects constitutively, but merely regulatively. First analogy: persistence of substance. In all change of appearances, substance persists, and its quantum is neither increased nor diminished in nature. All appearances contain that which persists, substance, as the object itself, and that which can change as its mere determination. Persistence is a necessary condition under which alone appearances are determinable as things or objects in a possible experience. Time itself does not alter, but only that which is in time. Succession and simultaneity can be represented only in that which persists. Second analogy, succession in time according to the law of causality. All alterations occur in accordance with the law of the connection of cause and effect. If I perceive that something happens, this representation contains that something precedes, for precisely in relation to this does the appearance acquire its time relation of existing after a preceding time in which it was not. But I can always observe in the appearance that this sequence is necessary, i.e., that the condition under which alone this event always, i.e., necessarily, follows is to be found in what precedes. The schema of cause is the real upon which, when it is posited, something else always follows. Only thereby is objective succession distinguished from a merely subjective play of my apprehensions. I cannot reverse the sequence of the boat floating downstream as I can reverse scanning the parts of a house. The principle of sufficient reason is thus the ground of possible experience, namely of the objective cognition of appearances with regard to their relation in the successive series of time. Third analogy, simultaneity according to the law of interaction community. All substances, insofar as they can be perceived in space as simultaneous, are in thoroughgoing interaction. Without community, each perception of one of these substances would be isolated, and the chain of empirical representations would never begin from one to the other. They would not constitute a whole of experience. Community is the ground of the possibility of an empirical cognition of coexistence. Postulates of empirical thinking in general. 1. Whatever agrees with the formal conditions of experience, in accordance with intuition and concepts, is possible. 2. That which is connected with the material conditions of experience, of sensation, is actual. 3. That whose connection with the actual is determined in accordance with general conditions of experience exists necessarily. The categories of modality do not augment the concept to which they are ascribed in the least, but rather express only the relation to the faculty of cognition. The principles of modality are nothing further than definitions of possibility, actuality, and necessity in their empirical use, and thus at the same time restrictions of all categories to merely empirical use. That in a concept no contradiction must be contained is a necessary logical condition, but far from sufficient for the objective reality of the concept. A figure enclosed between two straight lines contains no contradiction, yet is impossible. The impossibility rests on construction in space, i.e., on the conditions of space that contain a priori the form of experience in general. Thus, the analytic of principles completes the canon for applying categories to appearances, through schematism as mediating time determination, through constitutive mathematical principles of extensive and intensive magnitude, through regulative dynamical principles of persistence, causality, and community, through modal postulates that tie possibility, actuality, and necessity to the form and matter of possible experience. Beyond this empirical use, the categories have no objective significance for cognition of objects. House, boat, and the refutation of idealism. In the apprehension of the manifold of appearance, succession is always the same. My perceptions of the manifold of a house that stands before me are successive. The question is whether the manifold of this house itself is also successive, which no one will concede. If the house is not a thing in itself, but only in appearance, then I must seek what distinguishes objective succession from the always successive play of apprehension. In the previous example of a house, my perceptions could have begun from the roof and ended at the ground, or begun below and ended above. In the apprehension of an occurrence, a ship floating downstream, I cannot reverse the series and place that which happens prior to that which it follows. Objective sequence is that for which a rule necessitates us to observe this order of the perceptions rather than another. It is really this necessitation that first makes possible the representation of a succession in the object. Without a rule relating the present to a preceding state, I would not say of the object that it follows, since the mere sequence in my apprehension, if not determined in relation to something preceding, does not justify any sequence in the object. The concept of cause is not first induced from comparing many sequences and then feigned as necessary. Rather, As with space and time, we extract it as a clear concept from experience only because we have put it into experience, and experience is first brought about through it. Edition B. Inserted among the postulates in the second edition is the refutation of idealism. Kant's reply to the charge that transcendental idealism collapses into Berkeleyan or Cartesian doubt about the outer. The theorem, the mere but empirically determined consciousness of my own existence proves the existence of objects in space outside me. I am conscious of my existence as determined in time. All time determination presupposes something persistent in perception. This persistent thing, however, cannot be something in me, since my own existence in time can itself be determined only through this persistent thing. Thus, perception of this persistent thing is possible only through a thing outside me, and not through the mere representation of a thing outside me. Idealism assumed that the only immediate experience is inner, and that outer things are only inferred, and that only uncertainly. But outer experience is really immediate, and only by means of it is possible the determination of our inner existence in time, i.e., inner experience. The consciousness of my own existence is at the same time an immediate consciousness of the existence of other things outside me. Critical idealism of the transcendental aesthetic is thus no Berkeleyan or Cartesian skepticism about the outer. It is the securing of outer experience as condition of time determination of the self. It had already opposed empirical idealism via the fourth paralogism. B relocates and sharpens the proof among the postulates. In addition, B, conditions of the possibility of experience equals conditions of the possibility of the objects of experience. Supreme principle of synthetic judgments. Axioms/anticipations. Extensive magnitude of all intuitions. Intensive magnitude, degree, of the real and sensation. Constitutive, mathematical. Analogies, persistence of substance, causality of succession, community of simultaneity, regulative rules for unity of experience. Postulates, possibility, actuality, necessity defined only relative to formal and material conditions of experience. Quote, the conditions of the possibility of experience in general are at the same time conditions of the possibility of the objects of experience, and on this account have objective validity in a synthetic a priori judgment. Quote, experience is possible only through the representation of a necessary connection of perceptions. An analogy of experience will therefore be only a rule in accordance with which unity of experience is to arise from perceptions, and as a principle it will not be valid of the objects, of the appearances, constitutively, but merely regulatively. Phenomena, noumena, amphibole. We have now not only traveled through the land of pure understanding and carefully inspected each part of it, but we have also surveyed it and determined the place for each thing in it. This land, however, is an island, and enclosed in unalterable boundaries by nature itself. It is the land of truth, a charming name, surrounded by a broad and stormy ocean, the true seat of illusion, where many a fog bank and rapidly melting iceberg pretend to be new lands, and, ceaselessly deceiving with empty hopes the voyager looking around for new discoveries, entwine him in adventures from which he can never escape, and yet also never bring to an end. But before we venture out on this sea, to search through all its breadth and become certain of whether there is anything to hope for in it, it will be useful first to cast yet another glance at the map of the land that we would now leave, and to ask, first, whether we could not be satisfied with what it contains, or even must be satisfied with it out of necessity, if there is no other ground on which we could build, and second, by what title we occupy even this land, and can hold it securely, against all hostile claims. We have seen that everything that the understanding draws out of itself, without borrowing it from experience, it nevertheless has solely for the sake of use and experience. The principles of pure understanding, whether a priori constitutive like the mathematical principles, or merely regulative like the dynamical principles, contain nothing but only the pure schema, as it were, for possible experience. Even if these rules of the understanding are not only true a priori, but are rather even the source of all truth, of the agreement of our cognition with objects. In virtue of containing the ground of the possibility of experience, still it does not seem enough to us merely to have expounded what is true, but also that which one has desired to know. If through this critical investigation we learn nothing more than what we should in any case have practiced in the merely empirical use of the understanding, then it would seem the advantage would hardly be worth the expense. But there is one advantage that can be made both comprehensible and interesting to even the dullest and most reluctant student, that the understanding occupied merely with its empirical use, which does not reflect on the sources of its own cognition, may get along very well, but cannot accomplish one thing, namely, determining for itself the boundaries of its use and knowing what may lie within and what without its whole sphere. If the understanding cannot distinguish whether certain questions lie within its horizon or not, then it is never sure of its claims and its possession, but must always reckon on many embarrassing corrections when it continually oversteps the boundaries of its territory and loses itself in delusion and deceptions. Empirical use only, no transcendental use of categories. That the understanding can therefore make only empirical use of all its a priori principles, indeed of all its concepts, but never transcendental use, is a proposition that, if it can be recognized with conviction, points to important consequences. The transcendental use of a concept in any sort of principle consists in its being related to things in general and in themselves. Its empirical use, however, in its being related merely to appearances, i.e., objects of a possible experience. That it is only the latter that can ever take place is evident. For every concept there is requisite, first, the logical form of a concept, of thinking in general, and then, second, the possibility of giving it an object to which it is to be related. Without this latter, it has no sense and is entirely empty of content, even though it may still contain the logical function for making a concept out of whatever sort of data there are. Now, the object cannot be given to a concept otherwise than an intuition, and even if a pure intuition is possible a priori prior to the object, then even this can acquire its object, thus its objective validity, only through empirical intuition, of which it is the mere form. Thus all concepts, and with them all principles, however a priori they may be, are nevertheless related to empirical intuitions, i.e., to data for possible experience. Without this, they have no objective validity at all, but are rather a mere play, whether it be with representations of the imagination or of the understanding. One need only take as an example the concepts of mathematics. Space has 3 dimensions. Between 2 points there can be only one straight line, etc. Although all these principles are generated in the mind completely a priori, they would still not signify anything at all if we could not always exhibit their significance in appearances, empirical objects. Hence it is also requisite for one to make an abstract concept sensible, i.e., display the object that corresponds to it in intuition, since without this the concept would remain without sense, i.e., without significance. Mathematics fulfills this requirement by means of the construction of the figure. The concept of magnitude seeks its standing in sense and number, but seeks this in turn in the fingers, in the beads of an abacus, or in strokes and points that are placed before the eyes. That this is also the case with all categories is obvious. We cannot even define a single one of them without immediately descending to conditions of sensibility, thus to the form of the appearances, to which, as their sole objects, they must consequently be limited. If one does away with all conditions of sensibility that distinguish them as concepts of a possible empirical use, and takes them for concepts of things in general, thus of transcendental use, then that is to do nothing more than to regard the logical functions of judgments as the condition of the possibility of things themselves, without in the least being able to show whence they could have their application and their object, thus how they could have any significance and objective validity. In a pure understanding without sensibility, land of truth / stormy ocean, analytic as island enclosed by nature, Dialectic as ocean of illusion with fog banks pretending to be new lands. Empirical versus transcendental use. Related to appearances/possible experience versus related to things in general and in themselves. Only the former is authorized for categories. Without intuition, empty concepts and principles a priori still need data for possible experience for objective validity. Quote, "This land, however, is an island and enclosed in unalterable boundaries by nature itself. It is the land of truth, a charming name, surrounded by a broad and stormy ocean, the true seat of illusion, where many a fog bank and rapidly melting iceberg pretend to be new lands, and, ceaselessly deceiving with empty hopes the voyager, looking around for new discoveries, entwine him in adventures from which he can never escape, and yet also never bring to an end. Phenomena and noumena, negative and positive. Appearances, insofar as they are thought as objects according to the unity of the categories, are called phenomena. If, however, I assume things that are merely objects of the understanding and that, nevertheless, can be given to an intuition, although not to sensible intuition, but rather as coram intuitu intellectually, then such things would be called noumena, intelligibilia. Now one might be of the opinion that the concept of phenomena, which is limited through the transcendental aesthetic, already yields by itself the objective reality of noumena, and justifies the division of objects into phenomena and noumena, thus also of the world into a world of sense and a world of understanding, mundus sensibilis and intelligibilis, and indeed in such a way that the difference here would not concern merely the logical form of the indistinct or distinct cognition of one and the same thing, but rather the difference of how they can originally be given to our cognition, in accordance with which they are in themselves different from each other in kind. For if the senses merely represent something to us as it appears, then this something must also be in itself a thing, and an object of a non-sensible intuition, i.e., of the understanding. A cognition must be possible in which no sensibility is encountered, and which alone has absolutely objective reality, through which, namely, objects are represented to us as they are, while in the empirical use of our understanding things are only cognized as they appear. Thus there would be, in addition to the empirical use of the categories, which is limited to sensible conditions, a pure and yet objectively valid one. And we could not assert what we have previously maintained, that the pure cognitions of our understanding are never anything more than principles of the exposition of appearances, which even a priori do not apply to objects further than as possible experience. For here an entirely different field would stand open before us, as it were a world. Thought in the spirit, perhaps also even intuited, which could occupy our pure understanding no less, and indeed more nobly, than the world of the senses. All our representations are in fact related by the understanding to some object, and, since appearances are nothing but representations, the understanding relates them to a something as the object of sensible intuition. But this something is to this extent only the transcendental object. This signifies a something equals X, of which we know nothing at all, nor can know anything in general, given the current constitution of our understanding, but which is rather something that can serve only as a correlate of the unity of apperception for the unity of the manifold in sensible intuition, by means of which the understanding unifies that in the concept of an object. This transcendental object cannot even be separated from the sensible data, for then nothing would remain through which it would be thought. It is therefore no object of cognition in itself, but only the representation of appearances under the concept of an object in general, which is determinable through the manifold of those appearances. Precisely for this reason, the categories also do not represent any special object given to the understanding alone, but rather serve only to determine the transcendental object, the concept of something in general, through that which is given in sensibility, in order thereby to cognize appearances empirically under concepts of objects. If by a noumenon we understand a thing insofar as it is not an object of our sensible intuition, because we abstract from the manner of our intuition of it, then this is a noumenon in the negative sense. If, however, we understand by that an object of a nonsensible intuition, then we assume a special kind of intuition, namely intellectual intuition, which, however, is not our own and the possibility of which we cannot understand. And this would be the noumenon in a positive sense. The doctrine of sensibility is at the same time the doctrine of noumena in the negative sense, i.e., of things that the understanding must think without relation to our kind of intuition, thus not merely as appearances, but as things in themselves, but about which in this abstraction it at the same time understands that it cannot make any use of its categories for considering such objects, because these have significance only in relation to the unity of intuitions in space and time. The concept of a noumenon, taken merely problematically, remains not only admissible, but even unavoidable, as a boundary concept for limiting the pretension of sensibility. But then it is not a special intelligible object for our understanding. Rather, an understanding to which it would belong is itself a problem, namely, one that would cognize its object not discursively through categories, but intuitively in a nonsensible intuition, of which we cannot form the least representation of its possibility. Our understanding thus acquires in this way a negative expansion. It is not limited by sensibility, but rather limits it by calling things in themselves, not considered as appearances, noumena. In so doing, however, it also immediately sets boundaries for itself, not cognizing these things through any categories, hence only thinking them under the name of an unknown something. The division of objects into phenomena and noumena, and of the world into a world of sense and a world of understanding, can therefore not be permitted at all in a positive sense, although concepts certainly permit of division into sensible and intellectual ones. For one cannot determine any object for the latter, and therefore also cannot give them out as objectively valid. If one abandons the senses, how will one make comprehensible that our categories, which would be the only remaining concepts for noumena, still signify anything at all? They would be related to an object of intellectual intuition, yet that is not our intuition. The concept of a noumenon is thus a merely boundary concept, in order to limit the pretension of sensibility, and therefore only of negative use. At the same time, however, it is not an arbitrary invention, but is rather connected with the limitation of sensibility, yet without being able to posit anything positive outside of the domain of the latter. Quote, if by a noumenon we understand a thing insofar as it is not an object of our sensible intuition, because we abstract from the manner of our intuition of it, then this is a noumenon in the negative sense. If, however, we understand by that an object of a nonsensible intuition, then we assume a special kind of intuition, namely intellectual intuition, which, however, is not our own, and the possibility of which we cannot understand. And this would be the noumenon in a positive sense. Amphiboly of concepts of reflection against Leibniz. Reflection, reflexio, does not have to do with objects themselves in order to acquire concepts directly from them, but is rather the state of mind in which we first prepare ourselves to find out the subjective conditions under which alone we can arrive at concepts. It is the consciousness of the relation of given representations to our various sources of cognition, through which alone their relation among themselves can be correctly determined. The first question prior to all further treatment of our representation is this: in which cognitive faculty do they belong together? Is it the understanding, or is it the senses before which they are connected or compared? The action through which I make the comparison of representations in general with the cognitive power in which they are situated, and through which I distinguish whether they are to be compared to one another as belonging to the pure understanding or to pure intuition, I call transcendental reflection. The relations in which concepts in a state of mind can belong to each other are those of identity and difference, of agreement and opposition, of the inner and the outer, and finally of the determinable and the determination, matter and form. This transcendental reflection is a duty from which no one can escape if he would judge anything about things a priori. 1. Identity and difference. If an object is presented to us several times, but always with the same inner determinations, qualitas et quantitas, then it is always exactly the same if it counts as an object of pure understanding, not many but only one thing, numeric identities. But if it is appearance, then however identical everything may be in regard to that, the difference of the places of these appearances at the same time is still an adequate ground for the numerical difference of the object of the senses itself. Thus, in the case of two drops of water, one can completely abstract from all inner difference, and it is enough that they be intuited in different places at the same time in order for them to be held to be numerically different. Leibniz took the appearances for things in themselves, thus for intelligibilia, and there is principle of the identity of indiscernibles, principium identitatis indiscernibilium, could surely not be disputed. But since they are objects of sensibility, multiplicity and numerical difference are already given by space itself as the condition of outer appearances. 2. Agreement and opposition. If reality is represented only through the pure understanding, realitas noumenon, then no opposition between realities can be thought, a relation such that when they are bound together in one subject, they cancel out their consequences, as in 3 minus 3 is equal to 0. Realities in appearance, realitas phenomenon, on the contrary, can certainly be in opposition with each other, and, united in the same subject, one can partly or wholly destroy the consequence of the other, like two moving forces in the same straight line that push or pull a point in opposed directions, or like an enjoyment that balances the scale against a pain. 3. The inner and the outer. In an object of the pure understanding only that is internal, that has no relation, as far as existence is concerned, to anything different from it. The inner determinations of a substantia phenomenon in space, on the contrary, are nothing but relations, and it is itself entirely a sum total of mere relations. We know substance in space only through forces efficacious in it, attraction or repulsion and impenetrability. As object of the pure understanding, every substance must have inner determinations, Leibniz, representing them as noumena and taking away everything that might signify outer relation, made out of all substances, even the constituents of matter, simple subjects gifted with powers of representation, monads. The amphiboly consists in taking the mere intellectual comparison of concepts for a determination of things, without transcendental reflection on whether the concepts belong to sensibility or understanding. For matter and form, these two concepts ground all other reflection. Matter signifies the determinable in general, form the determination. In every judgment, one can call the given concepts logical matter, their relation through the copula the form. In every being, its constituents, essentialia, are the matter, the way in which they are connected in a thing, the essential form. In appearance, that which corresponds to sensation is matter. That which makes possible the ordering of the manifold is form. Since our intuition is sensible, matter, the real, must ground form. Leibniz reversed this, intellectualizing appearances so that form, simple substances and their community, precedes, and space and time become confused representations of intellectual relations. The entire Leibnizian intellectual system thus rests on an amphiboly, confusing a logical reflection, mere comparison of concepts, with a transcendental one that assigns representations to their proper cognitive power. Once appearances are taken as things in themselves, the principium identitatis indiscernibilium, the denial of real opposition among realities, the monadology, and the pre-established harmony follow, each a dialectical illusion of the pure understanding without critique of its relation to sensibility. Thus, before we embark on the ocean of the dialectic, the analytic has secured its title to the island. Categories and principles only for empirical use. Noumena only as negative boundary concepts. Leibnizian ontology exposed as amphiboly of reflection. The stormy sea remains, but we now know that fog banks are not land. Noumenon, negative thing insofar as not object of our sensible intuition, unavoidable boundary concept limiting sensibility's pretension. Noumenon, positive object of intellectual intuition, not ours, problematical only. Amphiboly, confusion of pure understanding's comparison of concepts with transcendental reflection, assigning them to sensibility or understanding, source of Leibnizian errors, indiscernibles, monads, etc. Quote, this transcendental reflection is a duty from which no one can escape if he would judge anything about things a priori. Leibniz took the appearances for things in themselves, thus for intelligibilia, i.e., objects of the pure understanding, and there is principle of non-discernibility, principium identitatis indiscernibilium, could surely not be disputed, but since they are objects of sensibility, multiplicity and numerical difference are already given by space itself as the condition of outer appearances. Dialectic and paralogisms. Above we have called dialectic in general a logic of illusion. That does not mean that it is a doctrine of probability, for that is truth, but cognized through insufficient grounds, so that the cognition of it is defective, but not therefore deceptive. Still less may we take appearance and illusion for one and the same. For truth and illusion are not in the object, insofar as it is intuited, but in the judgment about it insofar as it is thought. Thus it is correctly said that the senses do not err, yet not because they always judge correctly, but because they do not judge at all. Hence truth as much as error, and thus also illusion as leading to the latter, are to be found only in judgments, i.e., only in the relation of the object to our understanding. Neither the understanding by itself, without the influence of another cause, nor the senses by themselves, can err. The first cannot, because while it acts merely according to its own laws, its effect, the judgment, must necessarily agree with these laws. In the senses there is no judgment at all. Error is effected only through the unnoticed influence of sensibility on understanding, through which it happens that the subjective grounds of the judgment join with the objective ones, and make the latter deviate from their destination. Just as a moved body would of itself always stay in a straight line, but starts off on a curved line if another force influences it. Our concern here is not empirical, e.g. optical, illusion, but transcendental illusion, which influences principles whose use is not ever meant for experience, since in that case we would at least have a touchstone for their correctness, but which instead, contrary to all the warnings of criticism, carries us away beyond the empirical use of the categories, and holds out to us the semblance of extending the pure understanding. We will call the principles whose application stays wholly within the limits of possible experience immanent, but those that would fly beyond these boundaries, transcendent principles. By the latter, I do not understand the transcendental use or misuse of categories, which is a mere mistake of the faculty of judgment when it is not properly checked by criticism. Rather, I mean principles that actually incite us to tear down all those boundary posts and to lay claim to a wholly new territory that recognizes no demarcations anywhere. Hence, transcendental and transcendent are not the same. A principle that takes away these limits, which indeed bids us to overstep them, is called transcendent. Logical illusion, which consists in the mere imitation of the form of reason, the illusion of fallacious inferences, arises solely from a failure of attentiveness to the logical rule. As soon as this attentiveness is focused on the case before us, logical illusion entirely disappears. Transcendental illusion, on the other hand, does not cease even though it is uncovered and its nullity is clearly seen into by transcendental criticism, e.g., the illusion in the proposition. The world must have a beginning in time. The cause is that in our reason, considered subjectively as a human faculty of cognition, there lie fundamental rules and maxims for its use, which look entirely like objective principles, and through them it comes about that the subjective necessity of a certain connection of our concepts on behalf of the understanding is taken for an objective necessity, the determination of things in themselves. This is an illusion that cannot be avoided at all, just as little as we can avoid it that the sea appears higher in the middle than at the shores, or just as little as the astronomer can prevent the rising moon from appearing larger to him, even when he is not deceived by this illusion. The transcendental dialectic will therefore content itself with uncovering the illusion in transcendental judgments, while at the same time protecting us from being deceived by it, but can never bring it about that transcendental illusion should even disappear and cease to be an illusion. For what we have to do with here is a natural and unavoidable illusion which itself rests on subjective principles and passes them off as objective. Hence, there is a natural and unavoidable dialectic of pure reason, not one in which a bungler might be entangled through lack of acquaintance, or one that some sophist has artfully invented, but one that irremediably attaches to human reason, so that even after we have exposed a mirage, it will still not cease to lead our reason on with false hopes, continually propelling it into momentary aberrations that always need to be removed. Reason, ideas, and the unconditioned. All our cognition starts from the senses, goes from there to the understanding, and ends with reason, beyond which there is nothing higher to be found in us to work on the matter of intuition and bring it under the highest unity of thinking. As in the case of the understanding, there is in the case of reason a merely formal, logical use, where reason abstract from all content of cognition. But there is also a real use, since reason itself contains the origin of certain concepts and principles, which it derives neither from the senses nor from the understanding. The logical faculty has long been defined as that of drawing inferences immediately. From this we get no insight into the second faculty, which itself generates concepts. From the analogy with concepts of the understanding, we can expect that the logical concept will put in our hands the key to the transcendental one, and that the table of functions of the former will give us the family tree of the concepts of reason. Reason in its logical use seeks the universal condition of its judgment, the conclusion, and the syllogism is nothing other than a judgment mediated by the subsumption of its condition under a universal rule, the major premise. Now, since this rule is once again exposed to the same attempt of reason, and the condition of the condition must thereby be sought by means of a prosyllogism, as far as this process can be continued, we see very well that the proper principle of reason in general, in its logical use, is to find the unconditioned for conditioned cognitions of the understanding, with which its unity will be completed. This logical maxim cannot become a principle of pure reason unless we assume that when the conditioned is given, then so is the whole series of conditions subordinated one to the other, which is itself therefore unconditioned, also given, i.e., contained in the object and its connection. I understand by idea a necessary concept of reason to which no congruent object can be given in the senses. Thus, the pure concepts of reason that we will now be considering are transcendental ideas. They are concepts of pure reason, for they consider all experiential cognition as determined through an absolute totality of conditions. They are not arbitrarily invented, but given as problems by the nature of reason itself, and they therefore relate necessarily to the entire use of the understanding. Finally, they are transcendent and overstep the boundaries of all experience, in which, hence, no object that would be adequate to the transcendental idea can ever occur. When we are dealing with the concept of the understanding, the categories lead us to truth. When we leave them and venture into ideas, we deal with a concept that may allow of truth in regard to the understanding's use under the idea's direction, regulative, but that yields illusion if taken constitutively for cognition of an object. The transcendental ideas can be arranged according to the three kinds of relation which the understanding's representations can have. 1. The relation to the subject. 2. The relation to the manifold of the object in appearance. 3. The relation to all things in general. Corresponding to this, the absolute unconditioned unity of the thinking subject, soul, object of rational psychology. The absolute unity of the series of conditions of appearance, world, object of rational cosmology. The absolute unity of the condition of all objects of thought in general, God, object of rational theology. These are the three titles of the ideas through which dialectic proceeds: paralogisms, antinomy, ideal. The logical form of reasons, inferences, thus supplies the transcendental clue. Just as the understanding's table of judgments yielded the categories, so the three forms of syllogism, categorical, hypothetical, disjunctive, yield three ideas of the unconditioned. The absolute subject that is never a predicate, soul, the absolute totality of the series of conditions of a given conditioned world, the absolute unity of the condition of all objects of thought, God, ens realissimum. Reason demands the unconditioned for every conditioned cognition. When that demand is taken as if the unconditioned were given as an object of theoretical cognition, transcendental illusion arises. When it is taken as a rule for ascending in the series of conditions as far as possible and for seeking systematic unity in experience, the idea is regulative and fruitful. The paralogisms treat the first idea. The antinomy will treat the second, the ideal, the third. Transcendental illusion, subjective necessity of reason's maxims taken for objective necessity of things in themselves. Natural, unavoidable, like the moon illusion. Critique uncovers but does not erase it. Immanent/transcendent. Principles within possible experience versus principles that bid us tear down boundary posts. Idea. Necessary concept of reason to which no congruent object can be given in the senses. Soul, world, God as absolute unities. Quote, hence there is a natural and unavoidable dialectic of pure reason, not one in which a bungler might be entangled through lack of acquaintance, or one that some sophist has artfully invented in order to confuse rational people, but one that irremediably attaches to human reason, so that even after we have exposed the mirage, it will still not cease to lead our reason on with false hopes, continually propelling it into momentary aberrations that always need to be removed. Paralogisms A. 4 Paralogisms. Edition A. The first edition elaborates rational psychology as 4 paralogisms drawn from the single text, I think, each mistaking a logical feature of apperception for a metaphysical determination of the soul as object. First paralogism of substantiality, that whose representation is the absolute subject of our judgments, and hence cannot be used as determination of another thing, is substance. I, as a thinking being, am the absolute subject of all my possible judgments, and this representation of myself cannot be used as predicate of any other thing. Therefore I, as thinking being, soul, am substance. The criticism. The major premise uses substance as applicable to an object that can be given an intuition as persisting. The minor uses only the logical subject of thinking. From the I as subject of judgment, one cannot infer a self-subsisting being. Persistence of the soul through all change of state is not given an inner intuition. The category of substance lacks the schema that would make it a cognition of an object. Second paralogism of simplicity. That thing whose action can never be regarded as the concurrence of many acting things is simple. Now the soul, or the thinking I, is such a thing. Therefore the soul is simple. The criticism. The Achilles of all dialectical inferences of pure psychology confuses the absolute logical unity of the subject in thinking with the real simplicity of substance. That the I of apperception is a single thing that cannot be resolved into a plurality of subjects is analytic. That the thinking I is a simple substance would be synthetic and requires intuition we do not have. The unity of thought does not prove the simplicity of the thinking subject as thing. Third paralogism of personality. What is conscious of the numerical identity of itself in different times is to that extent a person. Now the soul is conscious of that. Therefore it is a person. The criticism. Identity of myself, in everything manifold of which I am conscious, is analytic as logical identity of the subject of representation. It does not concern the intuition through which the subject would be given as object, and thus cannot signify personality as consciousness of the identity of one's own substance through all change. The standing and lasting I of pure apperception is the correlate of all representations. It does not exhibit a lasting object in inner sense. Fourth paralogism of the ideality of outer relation. That whose existence can be inferred only as a cause of given perceptions has only a doubtful existence. Now all outer appearances are of this kind. Their existence cannot be immediately perceived, but can be inferred only as the cause of given perceptions. Thus the existence of all objects of outer sense is doubtful. The ideality of outer appearances. The doctrine of this ideality is idealism, opposed to dualism as the assertion of possible certainty of outer objects. The criticism distinguishes transcendental idealism from transcendental realism. Transcendental idealism regards all appearances as mere representations, not things in themselves. Space and time only forms of our intuition. Transcendental realism regards space and time as given in themselves. It then plays the empirical idealist, finding representations insufficient to make outer reality certain. The transcendental idealist, by contrast, can be an empirical realist. Dualist matter is only a species of representations called external because they relate perceptions to space, and space itself is in us. External things exist, as well as myself, on the immediate testimony of self-consciousness. Representations of extended beings related to outer sense, as thoughts, are to inner. I am no more necessitated to draw inferences for the reality of external objects than for the objects of inner sense. Community of soul and body is then no commerce between two heterogeneous substances as things in themselves, but the lawful connection of inner and outer appearances in one experience, dissolving the scandal that made empirical idealism seem pressing. B later relocates the anti-idealist proof as the refutation among the postulates and compresses the four paralogisms into the analytic/synthetic distinction and the formal syllogism. In addition, four paralogisms: substantiality, simplicity, personality, ideality of outer relation, each from I think to elicit metaphysical conclusion. Transcendental idealism/empirical realism. Appearances as representations secure outer matter without inference to things in themselves. Soul-body community, a connection of inner and outer appearances in one experience, not influx between heterogeneous substances. Quote, thus external things exist as well as myself, and indeed both exist on the immediate testimony of my self-consciousness, only with this difference. The representation of myself, as the thinking subject, is related merely to inner sense, but the representations that designate extended beings are also related to outer sense. Quote, by an idealist, therefore, one must understand not someone who denies the existence of external objects of sense, but rather someone who only does not admit that it is cognized through immediate perception and infers from this that we can never be fully certain of their reality from any possible experience. Paralogisms B. Analytic compression. Edition B. The second edition compresses the critique of rational psychology, for analytic truths of the I think yield no synthetic cognition of the soul. The formal syllogism exposes a sophisma figuri dictionis. The fourth paralogism's anti-idealist work is largely relocated to the refutation among the postulates. In Edition B, rational psychology is the putative science of the soul from mere concepts, from the single text, I think. From this meager representation, rational psychology claims to deduce that the soul is substance, simple, numerically identical personality, and in relation to possible objects in space, immateriality, commerce with bodies. Yet through the analysis of the consciousness of myself and thinking in general, not the least is one in regard to the cognition of myself as object. The logical exposition of thinking in general is falsely held to be a metaphysical determination of the object. 1. That the I that I think can always be considered as subject and, as something that does not depend on thinking merely as a predicate, must be valid. This is an apodictic and even an identical proposition, but it does not signify that I as object am for myself a self-subsisting being or substance. The latter goes very far, and hence demands data that are not encountered at all in thinking. 2. That the I of apperception, consequently, in every thought, is a single thing that cannot be resolved into a plurality of subjects, and hence a logically simple subject lies already in the concept of thinking, and is consequently an analytic proposition, but that does not signify that the thinking I is a simple substance, which would be a synthetic proposition. The concept of substance is always related to intuitions, which in me cannot be other than sensible, and hence must lie wholly outside the field of understanding and its thinking. 3. The proposition of the identity of myself in everything manifold of which I am conscious is equally analytic. But this identity of the subject, of which I can become conscious in every representation, does not concern the intuition of it, through which it is given as object, and thus cannot signify the identity of the person, by which would be understood the consciousness of the identity of its own substance as a thinking being in all changes of state. For that I distinguish my own existence, that of a thinking being, from other things outside me, to which my body also belongs. This is equally analytic, for other things are those that I think of as distinguished from me. But I do not thereby know at all whether this consciousness of myself would even be possible without things outside me, through which representations are given to me, and thus whether I could exist merely as a thinking being without being a human being. It would be a great, or indeed the only stumbling block to our entire critique, if it were possible to prove a priori that all thinking beings are in themselves simple substances, thus that personality is inseparable from them, and that they are conscious of their existence as detached from all matter. For in this way we would have taken a step beyond the sensible world, entering into the field of noumena, and then no one could deny that we are entitled to extend ourselves farther into this field. For the proposition, every thinking being as such is a simple substance, is a synthetic proposition a priori. Thus synthetic propositions a priori would not, as we have asserted, be feasible merely in relation to objects of possible experience, but rather could reach as far as things in general and in themselves, which consequence would put an end to this whole critique. Yet that danger is not so great here if one approaches nearer to the matter. The formal paralogism, sophisma figuri dictionis b. The procedure of rational psychology is governed by a paralogism, exhibited through the following syllogism. What cannot be thought otherwise than as subject does not exist otherwise than as subject, and is therefore substance. Now, a thinking being, considered merely as such, cannot be thought otherwise than as subject. Therefore it also exists only as such a thing, i.e., as substance. The major premise talks about a being that can be thought of in every respect, and consequently even as it might be given an intuition. But the minor premise talks about this being only insofar as it is considered as subject relative only to thinking and the unity of consciousness, but not at the same time in relation to the intuition through which it is given as an object for thinking. Thus the conclusion is drawn per sophisma figuri dictionis, hence by means of a deceptive inference. Thinking is taken in an entirely different signification in the two premises. In the major premise, as it applies to an object in general, hence as it may be given an intuition, but in the minor premise only as it subsists in relation to self-consciousness, where no object is thought, but only the relation to oneself as subject, as the form of thinking, is represented. In the conclusion, it cannot follow that I cannot exist otherwise than as subject, but rather only that in thinking my existence I can use myself only as the subject of judgment, which is an identical proposition that discloses absolutely nothing about the manner of my existence. That this resolution of the famous argument into a paralogism is entirely correct shows itself, if one reviews the systematic representation of the principles and the section on noumena, where it was proved that the concept of a thing that can exist for itself as subject, but not as a mere predicate, carries with it no objective reality at all. One cannot know whether it applies to any object, since one has no insight into the possibility of such a way of existing. If that concept, by means of the term substance, is to indicate an object that can be given, and if it is to become a cognition, then it must be grounded on a persisting intuition as the indispensable condition of the objective reality of a concept. But now we have an inner intuition nothing at all that persists, for the I is only the consciousness of my thinking. Thus, if we stay merely with thinking, we also lack the necessary condition for applying the concept of substance to itself as a thinking being, and the simplicity of substance that is bound up with the objective reality of this concept completely falls away and is transformed into a merely logically qualitative unity of self-consciousness in thinking in general, whether or not the subject is composite. Rational psychology as a doctrine expanding our cognition through mere concepts is therefore nothing. As a discipline setting boundaries to speculative reason in regard to the soul, it has its negative utility, preventing materialism from declaring the soul to be matter, and equally preventing spiritualism from declaring cognition of the soul as a simple immaterial substance beyond experience. The I think remains the vehicle of all concepts, the formal condition of all thinking, but not a given object of which we could cognize substantiality, simplicity, personality, or independence from matter. What remains for the practical interest of reason regarding immortality will return under another title. For speculative cognition of the soul as thing in itself, the paralogisms close the door. The first edition elaborates 4 paralogisms at greater length, including a 4th on the ideality of outer relation and a discussion of the community of soul and body. The second edition compresses the critique into the analytic/synthetic distinction above and the formal syllogism, while inserting the refutation of idealism among the postulates. The diagnosis is the same. From the logical subject of thinking, one cannot infer a metaphysical substance. Ideas as regulative, psychology's negative discipline. Even when constitutive claims about the soul fail, the idea of the soul retains a legitimate regulative use, to connect all inner appearances as if they belong to one simple, identical, enduring subject. Not as if we cognized such a subject, but as a maxim for the systematic unity of inner experience. Rational psychology as doctrine expanding cognition through mere concepts is nothing. As discipline setting boundaries to speculative reason regarding the soul, it has decisive negative utility. It prevents materialism from declaring thought to be a property of matter and space, for we do not cognize the thinking subject as object in outer sense, and equally prevents dogmatic spiritualism from claiming cognition of a simple immaterial substance beyond all experience. The I think remains the vehicle of all concepts whatsoever, the formal condition of thinking, but never a given object of which we could cognize substantiality, simplicity, personality, or independence from matter through theoretical reason. Speculative proofs of immortality from the simplicity of the soul, Mendelssohn and others, fall with the paralogism. What cannot be shown to persist as substance in inner intuition cannot be shown indestructible by analysis of the I. What remains for the practical interest of reason? Immortality as a postulate of pure practical reason returns under another title. For speculative cognition of the soul as thing in itself, the paralogisms close the door and hand the key to the moral law. Even the attempt to prove the soul's persistence from the alleged impossibility of its vanishing by gradual loss of parts, Mendelssohn's proof, fails. The eye of apperception has no extensive magnitude whose diminution we could track. Consciousness can cease without the subjects being resolved into parts. Intensive magnitude of consciousness may diminish to nothing without composition. Thus, neither simplicity nor the analysis of the concept of a thinking being yields immortality. Speculative reason must confess ignorance here, which is already a gain against both materialist reduction and spiritualist dogmatism. The same architectonic that generates the idea of the soul from the categorical syllogisms demand for the absolute subject generates the idea of the world from the hypothetical series of conditions of appearance, and the idea of God from the disjunctive absolute unity of all reality. The next books of the dialectic, Antinomy and Ideal, will show how those ideas, taken constitutively, produce contradictions of reason with itself and dialectical proofs of a most real being. Taken regulatively, they prescribe systematic unity to the understanding's empirical use. The paralogisms thus open the dialectic's pattern, uncover the natural illusion, refuse constitutive cognition, preserve the idea as a focus imaginarius for the unity of experience and for practical reasons needs. 4 analytic truths of the I think. Subject, logical simplicity, identity, and manifold distinction from other things. None yield synthetic cognition of the soul as substance, simple, personal, or immaterial. Sophisma figurae dictionis. Major premise treats subject as applicable to an object in intuition. Minor treats it as mere form of thinking. Equivocation on thinking. No persistence in inner intuition. Without lasting intuition, category of substance cannot be applied to the I as object. The dialectic of rational psychology is therefore complete in outline, a natural inference from the logical subject of thinking to a metaphysical substance, an unavoidable illusion because the maxim of seeking the unconditioned for every conditioned looks like an objective principle, a critique that dissolves the syllogism by exposing the equivocation on subject and thinking, restores the categories to empirical use, and leaves the idea of the soul as a focus for the systematic unity of inner experience and as a placeholder for practical reason's interest in immortality, without ever pretending that speculative reason has settled the nature of the thinking being in itself. With that door closed, the voyager may leave the island of the analytic and face the ocean of cosmology and theology under the same critical discipline. Quote, thus, through the analysis of the consciousness of myself and thinking in general, not the least is one in regard to the cognition of myself as object. The logical exposition of thinking in general is falsely held to be a metaphysical determination of the object. Quote, the major premise talks about a being that can be thought of in every respect, and consequently even as it might be given in intuition. But the minor premise talks about this being only insofar as it is considered as subject, relative only to thinking and the unity of consciousness, but not at the same time in relation to the intuition through which it is given as an object for thinking. Thus the conclusion is drawn per sophisma figurae dictionis, hence by means of a deceptive inference, antinomy of pure reason. In order to enumerate the cosmological ideas with systematic precision, we must first note that pure and transcendental concepts arise only from the understanding. Reason really cannot generate any concept at all, but can at most only free a concept of the understanding from the unavoidable limitations of a possible experience, and thus seek to extend it beyond the boundaries of the empirical, though still in connection with it. This happens when, for a given conditioned, reason demands an absolute totality on the side of the conditions, under which the understanding subjects all appearances to synthetic unity, thereby making the category into a transcendental idea, in order to give absolute completeness to the empirical synthesis through its progress toward the unconditioned, which is never met with an experience, but only in the idea. Reason demands this in accordance with the principle. If the conditioned is given, then the whole sum of conditions, and hence the absolutely unconditioned, is also given, through which alone the conditioned was possible. Thus, first, the transcendental ideas will really be nothing except categories extended to the unconditioned. Second, however, not all categories will work here, but only those in which the synthesis constitutes a series, and indeed a series of conditions subordinated, not coordinated, one to another for any conditioned. Absolute totality is demanded by reason only insofar as reason is concerned with the ascending series of conditions for a given conditioned, hence not when dealing with the descending line of consequences. I will call the synthesis of a series on the side of the conditions, thus proceeding from the condition proximate to the given appearance toward the more remote conditions, the regressive synthesis, and the synthesis proceeding on the side of the conditioned, the progressive synthesis. The cosmological ideas are concerned with the totality of the regressive synthesis and go in antecedentia, not in consequentia. There are accordingly no more than 4 cosmological ideas, according to the 4 headings of the categories, if one selects those that necessarily carry with them a series in the synthesis of the manifold. 1. Absolute completeness of the composition of the given whole of all appearances, world and time and space. 2. Absolute completeness of the division of a given whole in appearance, simple versus continuum. 3. Absolute completeness of the arising of an appearance in general, freedom versus nature. 4. Absolute completeness of the dependence of the existence of the alterable in appearance, necessary, being versus contingency. The idea of an absolute totality concerns nothing other than the exposition of appearances. Appearances are considered as given, and reason demands the absolute completeness of the conditions of their possibility insofar as these constitute a series. The antithetic, for conflicts. By antithetic, I understand not the dogmatic assertion of the opposite, but the conflict of seemingly dogmatic cognitions, thesis cum antithesis, in none of which one can claim a superior title to approval. A transcendental antithetic is an investigation into the antinomy of pure reason, its causes and its result. If we apply reason to the objective synthesis of appearances, we find that it cannot avoid falling into conflict with itself. First conflict. Thesis: the world has a beginning in time, and in space it is also enclosed in boundaries. Proof: if the world has no beginning, then up to every given point in eternity has elapsed. Hence an infinite series of states has passed away, but the infinity of a series consists precisely in that it can never be completed through a successive synthesis. Therefore, an infinitely elapsed world series is impossible, so a beginning is necessary. Regarding space, an infinite given whole of simultaneously existing things would require a completed successive synthesis of parts. An infinite time elapsed in enumeration, which is impossible. Hence the world is enclosed within boundaries. Antithesis: the world has no beginning and no bounds in space, but is infinite with regard to both time and space. Proof: if it has a beginning, there must be a preceding empty time in which the world was not. But no arising of anything is possible in an empty time, because no part of such a time has any distinguishing condition of existence rather than non-existence. Thus the world itself cannot have any beginning, and in past time it is infinite. If the world is finite and bounded in space, it exists in an empty space. The relation of the world to empty space would be a relation of the world to no object, which is nothing. Therefore the world is not bounded in space. Second conflict. Thesis: every composite substance in the world consists of simple parts, and nothing exists anywhere except the simple or what is composed of simples. Proof: if composite substances do not consist of simple parts, then if all composition is removed in thought, nothing at all would be left. Consequently, no substance would be given. Composition among substances is only a contingent relation. What persists by itself must be simple. Antithesis: no composite thing in the world consists of simple parts, and nowhere in it does there exist anything simple. Proof: space does not consist of simple parts. A point is only a boundary. Composition and appearance is possible only in space. If simples composed a body, they would occupy space yet have no parts. Contradiction. Matter is infinitely divisible. The simple is never encountered in outer appearance. Third conflict. Thesis: causality in accordance with laws of nature is not the only one from which all the appearances of the world can be derived. It is also necessary to assume another causality through freedom. Proof: if there is no other causality than according to laws of nature, then everything that happens presupposes a previous state. That previous state itself must have happened. Thus at every time, there is only a subordinate, but never a first beginning, and no completeness of the series of causes. But the law of nature consists just in this, that nothing happens without a cause sufficiently determined a priori. Thus the proposition that all causality is possible only in accordance with laws of nature, taken in unlimited universality, contradicts itself. Accordingly, a causality must be assumed through which something happens without its cause being further determined by another previous cause. Absolute causal spontaneity, beginning from itself a series of appearances, transcendental freedom. Antithesis: there is no freedom, but everything in the world happens solely in accordance with laws of nature. Proof: freedom as transcendental is a liberation from the law of causality. But every beginning of action presupposes a state of the not yet acting cause, and a dynamically first beginning cannot be connected according to causal laws with what precedes. Freedom would interrupt the unity of experience. Fourth conflict. Thesis: to the world there belongs something that, either as a part of it or as its cause, is an absolutely necessary being. Proof. The world of sense, as the whole of appearances, contains a series of alterations. Every alteration has its condition, which is contingent and points to a higher condition. The complete series of conditions for the contingent must terminate in something that exists necessarily. Antithesis. There is no absolutely necessary being existing anywhere, either in the world or outside the world as its cause. Proof. If there were a necessary being in the world, there would either be a beginning of the series of alterations that is absolutely necessary, contradicting the dynamical law of determination of all appearances in time, or the series itself would be necessary without a first member, yet contingent in its parts, contradiction. If outside the world, it would begin the series of alterations without itself belonging to time, yet causality relative to appearances must itself be in time. Regressive synthesis. Ascent from conditioned appearance toward more remote conditions. Seat of cosmological ideas. 4 cosmological ideas. World magnitude. Division into simples. Freedom. Necessary being. Categories of quantity, quality, relation, modality extended to the unconditioned. Antithetic. Conflict of thesis and antithesis with equal title. Not lawyers' proofs, but arguments from the nature of the case. Quote, reason demands this in accordance with the principle. If the conditioned is given, then the whole sum of conditions, and hence the absolutely unconditioned, is also given, through which alone the conditioned was possible. Thus first, the transcendental ideas will really be nothing except categories extended to the unconditioned. Interest of reason, dogmatism, and empiricism. These sophistical assertions are only so many attempts to solve 4 natural and unavoidable problems of reason. There can be only so many of them, because there are no more series of synthetic presuppositions that bound the empirical synthesis a priori. The questions whether the world has a beginning and its extension in space a boundary, whether there is anywhere an indivisible and indestructible unity, or nothing but the divisible and perishable, whether my actions are free or controlled by the strings of nature and fate, whether finally there is a supreme cause of the world, or whether natural things and their order constitute the ultimate object. These are questions for whose solution the mathematician would gladly give up his entire science, for that science cannot give him any satisfaction in regard to the highest and most important ends of humanity. Unfortunately for speculation, but perhaps fortunately for the practical vocation of humanity, reason sees itself so entangled in a crowd of arguments and counterarguments that it is not feasible, on account either of its honor or even of its security, for reason to withdraw and look upon the quarrel with indifference. If we consult not the logical criterion of truth, but merely our interest, in the assertions of the antithesis, one notes a perfect uniformity, a principle of pure empiricism, not only in the explanation of appearances, but also in the dissolution of the transcendental ideas of the world whole. Against this, the assertions of the thesis are grounded not only on empiricism within the series of appearances, but also on intellectualistic starting points. I will call them the dogmatism of pure reason. The side of dogmatism, thesis, exhibits first a certain practical interest, that the world has a beginning, that my thinking self is of a simple and therefore incorruptible nature, that this self is free and elevated above natural compulsion, and that the whole order of things descends from original being. These are so many cornerstones of morality and religion. The antithesis robs us of all these supports, or at least seems to. Second, a speculative interest. If one assumes the transcendental ideas in such a way, then one can grasp the whole chain of conditions fully a priori. The antithesis can give no answers that do not leave something out, and further questions without any end are always left over. Third, a popular interest. Common understanding finds no difficulty in the ideas of an absolute first beginning, etc. The antithesis, empiricism, has no such practical interest from pure principles of reason as morality and religion, and what advantage it offers to the speculative interest is only negative, perpetual caution not to permit reason to leave the guiding thread of natural conditions. Yet empiricism itself becomes dogmatic when it boldly denies what is beyond the sphere of its insights, and then it too commits the fault of immodesty. Transcendental idealism as the key. Our transcendental idealism allows that the objects of outer intuition are real as they are intuited in space, and all alterations in time as they are represented by inner sense. But both space and time, and with them all appearances, are not things in themselves, but mere representations, which have outside our mind no existence grounded in itself. The sensible world is nothing but a chain of appearances connected according to universal laws. It has no existence for itself. If one regards the objects of the senses as things in themselves and demands an absolutely complete series of their conditions, then both thesis and antithesis can be proved with equal force, and reason is at war with itself. The key is to recognize that appearances are not things in themselves. Then the dialectical argument, if the conditioned is given, then the whole series of all conditions is also given. Now objects of the senses are given as conditioned. Consequently, collapses. First, this is clear. If the conditioned is given, then through it a regress in the series of all conditions for it is given to us as a problem, an analytic proposition, a logical postulate of reason to continue the connection as far as possible. Further, if the conditioned as well as its condition are things in themselves, then when the first is given, not only is the regress to the second given as a problem, but the latter is thereby really already given along with it, and the complete series of conditions, hence the unconditioned, is simultaneously given. On the contrary, if I am dealing with appearances, which as mere representations are not given at all, if I do not achieve acquaintance with them, then I cannot say with the same meaning that if the conditioned is given, then all the conditions, as appearances, are also given. Appearances in their apprehension are themselves nothing other than an empirical synthesis in space and time, and thus are given only in this synthesis. The synthesis constituting the empirical condition takes place for the first time in the regress, and never without it. One can very well say that a regress to the conditions is demanded or given as a problem. It is clear that the major premise of the cosmological syllogism takes the conditioned in the transcendental signification of a pure category, while the minor premise takes it in the empirical signification of a concept of the understanding applied to mere appearances. Consequently, there is present that dialectical deception called a sophisma figurae dictionis. This deception is not artificial, but an entirely natural mistake of common reason. When something is given as conditioned, we presuppose the conditions and their series as it were sight unseen, and we likewise regard appearances as things in themselves. But the empirical synthesis and the series of conditions and appearance are necessarily given successively and only in time. Consequently, here I could not presuppose the absolute totality of synthesis as I could where all members are given in themselves without time condition. Critical decision. Mathematical and dynamical antinomies. When such a fallacy has been shown, the demands of both disputing parties could rightfully be dismissed as based on no well-grounded title. Nothing seems clearer than that between the two, one of whom asserts that the world has a beginning and the other that it has none. One of them has to be right. But if this is so, then because there is equal evidence on both sides, it is impossible ever to ascertain which side is right. Thus no means is left for ending the dispute, unless through the fact that they can do such a fine job of refuting each other, they are finally won over to the view that they are disputing about nothing, and that a certain transcendental illusion has portrayed a reality to them where none is present. If two mutually opposed judgments presuppose an inadmissible condition, then despite their conflict, which is not a real contradiction, both of them collapse because the condition collapses under which alone either of them would be valid. If someone said that every body either smells good or smells not good, then there's a third possibility, that a body has no smell at all, and thus both conflicting propositions can be false. Accordingly, if I say that as regards space, either the world is infinite or it is not infinite, non est infinitus, then if the first is false, its contradictory opposite must be true, ruling out only an infinite world, without positing a finite one. But if it is said that the world is either infinite or finite, not infinite, then both propositions could be false. For then I regard the world as determined in itself regarding its magnitude. The world does not exist in itself, independently of the regressive series of my representations, either as an infinite whole or as a finite whole. It exists only in the empirical regress of the series of appearances, and is not to be met with at all as a thing for itself. The quantity of the world is therefore not determined in any way, and one cannot say of it that it is finite or that it is infinite. The first two antinomies, mathematical, concern the composition and division of appearances as magnitudes. Both thesis and antithesis are false, because they treat the world whole or the complete division as given in itself. The last two antinomies, dynamical, concern the dynamical synthesis of appearances with respect to causality and necessity. Here both thesis and antithesis may be true, if carefully distinguished. The thesis of an intelligible causality, freedom, and a necessary being outside the series of appearances, the antithesis of thoroughgoing natural causality and contingency within appearances. For dynamical connection does not necessarily require homogeneity of the connected members as mathematical synthesis of magnitude does. An intelligible cause may begin a series in appearance without itself being an appearance. Natural causality in the series of appearances remains intact. Freedom in the cosmological sense is the faculty of beginning a state from itself. As transcendental idea, it is not incompatible with nature if the acting subject is considered as noumenon, intelligible character, while its effects and appearance stand under natural laws, empirical character. The same action can thus be free as regard its intelligible cause and yet necessary as appearance in the sensible world. The fourth antinomy, similarly, nothing in the series of appearances is absolutely necessary. Yet one may admit a necessary being as the intelligible ground of the possibility of the entire series, without that being a member of the series. Thus the antinomy of pure reason in its cosmological ideas is removed. Mathematical antinomies by showing both sides false under the inadmissible assumption that the world is a thing in itself. Dynamical antinomies by showing both sides compatible under transcendental idealism. Nature for appearances, freedom, and necessary ground for the intelligible. Reason's conflict with itself becomes the most fortunate error, driving us to the critical discovery that objects of the senses are mere appearances. What remains is the regulative use of the cosmological ideas, to continue the regress as far as possible according to the principle of the systematic unity of nature, without ever claiming to have completed the series as a given absolute totality. Resolution of freedom, intelligible and empirical character. In respect of what happens, one can think of causality in only two ways, either according to nature or from freedom. The first is the connection of a state with a preceding one in the world of sense upon which that state follows, according to a rule. By freedom in the cosmological sense, on the contrary, I understand the faculty of beginning a state from itself, the causality of which does not in turn stand under another cause, determining it in time in accordance with the law of nature. Freedom in this signification is a pure, transcendental idea, which contains nothing borrowed from experience, and the object of which also cannot be given determinately in any experience, because it is a universal law of the possibility of all experience that everything that happens must have a cause. But since in such a way no absolute totality of conditions in causal relations is forthcoming, reason creates the idea of a spontaneity which could start to act from itself, without needing to be preceded by any other cause that in turn determines it to action according to the law of causal connection. It is especially noteworthy that it is this transcendental idea of freedom on which the practical concept of freedom is grounded. Freedom in the practical sense is the independence of the power of choice from necessitation by impulses of sensibility. The human power of choice is indeed an arbitrium sensitivum, yet not brutum but liberum, because sensibility does not render its action necessary. But in the human being there is a faculty of determining oneself from oneself, independently of necessitation by sensible impulses. If all causality in the world of sense were mere nature, then every occurrence would be determined in time by another in accord with necessary laws, and the abolition of transcendental freedom would also simultaneously eliminate all practical freedom. For the latter presupposes that although something has not happened, it nevertheless ought to have happened, and its cause and appearance was thus not so determining that there is not a causality in our power of choice such that, independently of those natural causes, and even opposed to their power and influence, it might produce something determined in the temporal order in accord with empirical laws, and hence begin a series of occurrences entirely from itself. If appearances were things in themselves, freedom cannot be saved. Nature would be the completely determining cause of every occurrence. If, on the other hand, appearances do not count for any more than they are in fact, not for things in themselves, but only for mere representations connected in accordance with empirical laws, then they themselves must have grounds that are not appearances. Such an intelligible cause will not be determined in its causality by appearances, even though its effects appear, and so can be determined through other appearances. Thus the intelligible cause, with its causality, is outside the series. Its effects, on the contrary, are encountered in the series of empirical conditions. The effect can therefore be regarded as free in regard to its intelligible cause, and yet simultaneously, in regard to appearances, as their result according to the necessity of nature. One may therefore say of the human being, as appearance, empirical character, every action stands under natural necessity, as noumenon, intelligible character. The same subject may be regarded as free, the empirical character being only the sensible schema of the intelligible. We cognize the empirical character through the actions and their motives as they appear. We do not cognize the intelligible character, but we must think it if imputability and the ought are not to be empty words. The dynamical series of sensible conditions thus allows a further condition different in kind, one that is not a part of the series, but, as merely intelligible, lies outside the series. In this way, reason can be given satisfaction, and the unconditioned can be posited prior to appearances without confounding the series of appearances and without any violation of principles of the understanding. The thoroughly conditioned character of what is in the dynamical series as appearances is connected with a condition that is empirically unconditioned but also nonsensible, which gives satisfaction to the understanding on one side and to reason on the other. While the dialectical arguments that seek unconditioned totality on one side or the other collapse, the rational propositions, taken in such a corrected significance, may both be true, which could never have occurred with the mathematical antinomies, because with them there is no condition of the series of appearances that is not itself also an appearance. The fourth antinomy receives an analogous resolution. Within the series of appearances, everything is contingent and conditioned. Yet one may think an absolutely necessary being as the intelligible ground of the possibility of all appearances, not as a member of the temporal series. Speculative reason does not thereby cognize such a being. That is reserved for the ideal and for practical reason. But it removes the contradiction between the demand for an unconditioned and the thoroughgoing contingency of the sensible world. The regulative principle of pure reason in regard to the cosmological ideas is therefore that in the regress one ought never to assume an absolute limit, nor treat any condition reached as absolutely unconditioned, but always continue as if the series were endless for the purposes of experience. While for practical reason the ideas of freedom and a necessary ground remain open as thinkable, not as theoretically known, the conflict of reason with itself was the fortunate path to this critical distinction of its own bounds. Sophisma figuri dictionis. Major premise takes condition transcendentally, things in themselves. Minor takes it empirically, appearances. Mathematical antinomies. 1 to 2, both thesis and antithesis false. World neither finite nor infinite as thing in itself. Division never completed into simples given in appearance. Dynamical antinomies. 3 to 4, both may be true. Freedom/necessary being as intelligible. Thoroughgoing nature/contingency in appearances. Regulative use. Continue the empirical regress without asserting absolute totality as given. Quote, our transcendental idealism allows that the objects of outer intuition are real as they are intuited in space, and all alterations in time as they are represented by inner sense. But both space and time, and with them all appearances, are not things in themselves, but mere representations, which have outside our mind no existence grounded in itself. Quote, if two mutually opposed judgments presuppose an inadmissible condition, then despite their conflict, which is, however, not a real contradiction, both of them collapse because the condition collapses under which alone either of them would be valid. Quote, freedom in the cosmological sense is the faculty of beginning a state from itself. The same action can thus be free as regards its intelligible cause and yet necessary as appearance in the sensible world. Ideal of pure reason. Every concept, in regard to what is not contained in it, is indeterminate and stands under the principle of determinability, that of every two contradictorily opposed predicates only one can apply to it, which rests on the principle of contradiction and hence is a merely logical principle. Everything, however, as to its possibility, further stands under the principle of thoroughgoing determination, according to which, among all possible predicates of things, insofar as they are compared with their opposites, one must apply to it. This does not rest merely on the principle of contradiction. Besides considering everything in relation to two contradictorily conflicting predicates, it considers everything further in relation to the whole of possibility, as the sum total of all predicates of things in general. And by presupposing that as a condition a priori, it represents everything as deriving its own possibility from the share it has in that whole of possibility. The principle of thoroughgoing determination thus deals with the content and not merely the logical form. It is the principle of the synthesis of all predicates which are to make up the complete concept of a thing, and it contains a transcendental presupposition, namely that of the material of all possibility, which is supposed to contain a priori the data for the particular possibility of everything. The proposition, everything existing is thoroughly determined, signifies that of every pair of possible predicates, one of them must always apply to it. Through this proposition, the thing itself is compared transcendentally with the sum total of all possible predicates. Thoroughgoing determination is consequently a concept that we can never exhibit in concreto in its totality, and thus it is grounded on an idea which has its seat solely in reason, which prescribes to the understanding the rule of its complete use. Now, although this idea of the sum total of all possibility is itself still indeterminate, we nevertheless find on closer investigation that this idea refines itself to a concept thoroughly determined a priori, and thereby becomes the concept of an individual object that is thoroughly determined merely through the idea, and then must be called an ideal of pure reason. If we consider all possible predicates transcendentally as to their content, we find that through some of them a being is represented, and through others a mere non-being. Transcendental affirmation is a something, the concept of which in itself already expresses a being, and hence it is called reality, thinghood. The opposed negation signifies a mere lack. No one can think a negation determinately without grounding it on the opposed affirmation. The person blind from birth cannot form the least representation of darkness, because he has no representation of light. All concepts of negations are thus derivative, and the realities contain the data, the material, so to speak, or the transcendental content, for the possibility and the thoroughgoing determination of all things. Thus, if the thoroughgoing determination in our reason is grounded on a transcendental substratum, which contains as it were the entire storehouse of material from which all possible predicates of things can be taken, then this substratum is nothing other than the idea of an all of reality, omnitudo realitatis. All true negations are then nothing but limits, which they could not be called unless they were grounded in the unlimited, the all. Through this possession of all reality, there is also represented the concept of a thing in itself, which is thoroughly determined. And the concept of an ens realissimum is the concept of an individual being, because of all possible opposed predicates, one, namely that which belongs absolutely to being, is encountered in its determination. Thus, it is a transcendental ideal, which is the ground of the thoroughgoing determination that is necessarily encountered in everything existing, and which constitutes the supreme and complete material condition of its possibility. It is also the one single genuine ideal of which human reason is capable, because only in this one single case is in itself universal concept of one thing thoroughly determined through itself and cognized as the representation of an individual. The use of reason through which it grounds its determination of all things in the transcendental ideal is analogous to its procedure in disjunctive syllogisms, which grounded the systematic division of all transcendental ideas parallel to the three kinds of syllogisms. Thoroughgoing determination. Everything compared with the sum total of all possible predicates. Idea of reason, never exhibitable in concreto. Omnitudo realitatis / ens realissimum. All of reality as storehouse of predicates. The ideal as thoroughly determined individual, prototypon transcendentale. Negations as limits. Realities alone contain transcendental content. Negations derivative. Quote, through this possession of all reality, however, there is also represented the concept of a thing in itself, which is thoroughly determined, and the concept of an ens realissimum is the concept of an individual being. Thus, it is a transcendental ideal, which is the ground of the thoroughgoing determination that is necessarily encountered in everything existing, and which constitutes the supreme and complete material condition of its possibility. It is, however, also the one single genuine ideal of which human reason is capable. The ontological proof. Existence is not a real predicate. From the natural need of reason for an absolutely necessary being, and from the identification of that being with the most real being, arose the unfortunate ontological proof, which brings no satisfaction either to the natural and healthy understanding or to scholastically correct examination. The proof claims, the concept of a most real being includes existence. To deny existence would cancel the internal possibility of the thing, which is contradictory. Therefore, the most real being exists. But existence is not a real predicate, i.e., a concept of something that could be added to the concept of a thing. It is merely the positing of a thing or of certain determinations in themselves. In the logical use, it is merely the copula of a judgment. The proposition God is omnipotent contains two concepts that have their objects, God and omnipotence. The little word is not a further predicate, but only that which posits the predicate in relation to the subject. If I now take the subject, God, together with all its predicates, among which omnipotence belongs, and say God is or there is a God, then I add no new predicate to the concept of God, but only posit the subject in itself with all its predicates, and indeed posit the object in relation to my concept. Both must contain exactly the same, and hence when I think the object as given absolutely, nothing can be added to the concept, which expresses merely its possibility. Thus the actual contains nothing more than the merely possible. 100 actual dollars do not contain the least bit more than 100 possible ones. For since the latter signifies the concept and the former its object and its positing in itself, then, in case the former contained more than the latter, my concept would not express the entire object and thus would not be the suitable concept of it. But in my financial condition, there is more with 100 actual dollars than with the mere concept of them, i.e., their possibility. For the object in its actuality is not merely contained analytically in my concept, but adds synthetically to my concept, which is a determination of my state. Yet the $100 themselves that I am thinking of are not in the least increased through this being outside my concept. Thus, whatever and however much our concept of an object may contain, we have to go beyond it in order to provide it with existence. With objects of the senses, this happens through connection with some perception of mind, but for objects of pure thought, there's no means whatever for cognizing their existence, because it would have to be cognized entirely a priori, yet our consciousness of all existence, whether through perception or immediately through inference, connecting something with perception, belongs entirely and wholly to the unity of experience. If we try to think existence through the pure category alone, we cannot make out a single mark distinguishing it from mere possibility. The concept of a highest being is a very useful idea in many respects. But just because it is merely an idea, it is entirely incapable of extending our cognition in regard to what exists by means of itself alone. It cannot even teach us so much as this, that the possibility of a highest being is not contradictory, for that would require that we show the objective reality of the synthesis through which the concept is generated, and that belongs to the field of possible experience. Cosmological and physico-theological proofs. The cosmological proof retains the connection of absolute necessity with the highest reality, but instead of inferring from the highest reality to necessity of existence, it infers from the previously given unconditioned necessity of some being to the unbounded reality of this being. It goes, if something exists, then an absolutely necessary being also has to exist. Now I myself, at least, exist. Therefore, an absolutely necessary being exists. The minor premise contains an experience. The major premise an inference from experience in general to the existence of something necessary. Thus, the proof really starts from experience, so it is not carried out entirely a priori or ontologically. And because the object of all possible experience is called world, it is termed the cosmological proof. It further infers, the necessary being can be determined only in one single way, thoroughly through its concept. Only the concept of an ens realissimum thoroughly determines a thing a priori. Thus there necessarily exists a highest being. In this cosmological argument, so many sophistical principles come together that speculative reason seems to have summoned up all its dialectical art. The proof gets a footing in experience, and thereby gives itself the reputation that it is distinct from the ontological proof, but it avails itself of this experience only to make a single step to the existence of a necessary being in general. What this being might have in the way of properties, the empirical ground cannot teach. Reason says farewell to experience and turns back to mere concepts, to the ens realissimum. But it is clear that here one presupposes that the concept of a being of the highest reality completely suffices for the concept of an absolute necessity in existence. A proposition the ontological proof asserted, which one thus assumes in the cosmological proof and takes as one's ground, although one had wanted to avoid it. Thus it is really only the ontological proof from mere concepts that contains all the force of proof in the so-called cosmological proof, and the supposed experience is quite superfluous. The cosmological proof commits an ignoratio elenchi, promising a new footpath, but after a little digression bringing us once again back to the old one. Nest of dialectical presumptions. 1. The transcendental principle of inferring from the contingent to a cause has significance only in the world of sense. 2. The inference from impossibility of an infinite series of causes to a first cause is not justified even within experience, still less beyond it. 3. False self-satisfaction in completing the series by doing away with every condition. 4. Confusion of the logical possibility of a concept of all reality united with its transcendental possibility. The physico-theological proof ascends from the particular constitution and order of the present world to a highest cause. It could at most prove an architect of the world, not a creator of matter, a highest artisan relative to the skill that we can observe, not an ens realissimum whose concept includes all reality. Even if granted as far as it goes, it must leap to the cosmological and thence to the ontological proof to reach absolute necessity and highest reality. Thus, all paths of speculative theology lead back to the ontological argument, which has already been shown empty. Speculative reason can neither prove nor disprove the existence of a highest being. It can only remove the obstacles that dogmatic denial would set to practical reason, and purify the concept of a highest being of everything incompatible with the supreme reality of an original being, so that it may serve as a focus for the systematic unity of nature and as a postulate of pure practical reason. Hypostatization of the ideal and the demand for a necessary being. That we subsequently hypostatize this idea of the sum total of all reality comes about because we dialectically transform the distributive unity of the use of the understanding and experience into the collective unity of a whole of experience. And from this whole of appearance, we think up an individual thing containing in itself all empirical reality, which then, by means of the transcendental subreption already noted, is confused with the concept of a thing that stands at the summit of the possibility of all things. This ideal of the supremely real being, even though it is a mere representation, is first realized, i.e., made into an object, then hypostatized, and finally, through a natural progress of reason and the completion of unity, even personified. For the regulative unity of experience rests not on appearances themselves, but on the connection of their manifold by understanding in one apperception, so that the unity of the highest reality seems to lie in a highest understanding and intelligence. In spite of its urgent need to presuppose something that the understanding could take as the complete ground for the thoroughgoing determination of its concepts, reason notices the ideal and merely fictive character of such a presupposition too easily to allow itself to be persuaded by this alone to assume a mere creature of its own thinking to be an actual being, were it not urged from another source to seek somewhere for a resting place in the regress from the conditioned, which is given to the unconditioned. This is the natural course taken by every human reason. It begins not with concepts, but with common experience, and thus grounds itself on something existing. But this footing gives way unless it rests on the immovable rock of the absolutely necessary. Yet this itself floats without support if there is still only empty space outside and under it, unless it fills everything so that no room is left for any further why, i.e., unless it is infinite in its reality. Thus the ideal and the idea of absolute necessity are joined. The ens realissimum is taken for the necessary being, and the necessary being for the highest reality. But the ideal of the highest being is, according to these considerations, nothing other than a regulative principle of reason, to regard all combination in the world as if it arose from an all-sufficient necessary cause, so as to ground on that cause the rule of a unity that is systematic and necessary according to universal laws, not an assertion of an existence that is necessary in itself. At the same time, it is unavoidable, by means of a transcendental subreption, to represent this formal principle to oneself as constitutive, and to think of this unity hypostatically, just as with space, which originally makes possible all forms which are merely limitations of it, and is nevertheless held to be as something subsisting in itself. So the systematic unity of nature cannot be set up as a principle of the empirical use of reason, except on the basis of the idea of a most real being as the supreme cause. And this idea is thereby represented as an actual object. And this object, again, because it is the supreme condition, as necessary, so that a regulative principle is transformed into a constitutive one. The substitution reveals itself when I consider this supreme being as a thing for itself. No concept is susceptible of this necessity. Thus it must have been encountered in my reason only as a formal condition of thought, not as a material and hypostatic condition of existence. Hypostatization, distributive unity of experience transformed into collective unity of one all-real individual, then personified as intelligence. Necessary being as regulative, as if all combinations sprang from an all-sufficient cause, not cognition of an existence necessary in itself. Transcendental subreption, formal condition of systematic thought taken for a material condition of existence. Quote, the ideal of the highest being is, according to these considerations, nothing other than a regulative principle of reason, to regard all combination in the world as if it arose from an all-sufficient necessary cause, so as to ground on that cause the rule of a unity that is systematic and necessary according to universal laws. But it is not an assertion of an existence that is necessary in itself. Appendix: regulative use of the ideas. The outcome of all dialectical attempts of pure reason not only confirms that all inferences that would carry us beyond the field of possible experience are deceptive and groundless, but also teaches that human reason has a natural propensity to overstep all these boundaries, and that transcendental ideas are just as natural to it as the categories are to the understanding. Although, with this difference, that just as the categories lead to truth, the ideas affect a mere, but irresistible, illusion. Everything grounded in the nature of our powers must be purposive and consistent with their correct use, if only we can guard against a certain misunderstanding. Thus, the transcendental ideas, too, will presumably have a good and consequently imminent use, even though, if their significance is misunderstood and they're taken for concepts of real things, they can be transcendent in their application and for that very reason deceptive. Reason never relates directly to an object, but solely to the understanding and by means of it to reason's own empirical use. Hence it does not create any concepts of objects, but only orders them, and gives them that unity which they can have in their greatest possible extension. Accordingly, I assert, the transcendental ideas are never of constitutive use, so that the concepts of certain objects would thereby be given. On the contrary, they have an excellent and indispensably necessary regulative use, namely that of directing the understanding to a certain goal respecting which the lines of direction of all its rules converge at one point, which, although it is only an idea, focus imaginarius, a point from which the concepts of the understanding do not really proceed, since it lies entirely outside the bounds of possible experience, nonetheless still serves to obtain for these concepts the greatest unity alongside the greatest extension. From this arises the deception, as if these lines of direction were shot out from an object lying outside the field of possible empirical cognition, just as objects are seen behind the surface of a mirror. Yet this illusion, which can be prevented from deceiving, is nevertheless indispensably necessary if besides the objects before our eyes we want to see those that lie far in the background. What reason quite uniquely prescribes is the systematic in cognition, its interconnection based on one principle. This unity of reason always presupposes an idea of the form of a whole of cognition, which precedes the determinate cognition of the parts. One cannot properly say that this idea is the concept of an object, but only that of the thoroughgoing unity of these concepts, insofar as the idea serves the understanding as a rule. We question nature according to these ideas, and we take our cognition to be defective as long as it is not adequate to them. The hypothetical use of reason, on the basis of ideas as problematic concepts, is not properly constitutive. Rather, this use of reason is only regulative, bringing unity into particular cognitions as far as possible. Systematic unity, as mere idea, is only a projected unity, which one must regard not as given in itself, but only as a problem. This unity helps to find a principle for the manifold and particular uses of the understanding, thereby guiding it even in those cases that are not given and making it coherently connected. The three ideas, soul, world, God, thus serve as maxims, to connect all inner appearances as if belonging to one simple substance, to pursue conditions of appearance as if the series were endless for empirical research, to regard the systematic unity of nature as if it sprang from a highest intelligence. Constitutively taken, they are dialectical. Regulatively taken, they are the indispensable discipline and orientation of the understanding's empirical use, and the purified concept of God remains available for the moral theology that practical reason will demand. The logical principles that serve this systematic unity are three maxims of the empirical use of reason. First, the principle of the homogeneity of the manifold under higher genera. Do not multiply entities or principles without necessity. Seek unity of genera. Second, the principle of the specification of the homogeneous under lower species. Do not leave any species barren. Attend to the manifoldness of differences. Third, the principle of the continuity of forms, a continual transition from every species to every other through intermediate degrees. The logical law of the continuum of forms, continuum formarum. These maxims stand in mutual tension. Universality of genera versus determinacy of species. Yet together they express reason's interest in systematic completeness. They are not constitutive cognitions of nature's constitution. They are heuristic rules for the investigation of nature, without which empirical research would lack orientation. Likewise, the idea of a highest intelligence as author of nature is to be used only regulatively. We investigate nature following the chain of natural causes according to their universal laws in conformity to the idea of an author, yet not to derive from that idea the purposiveness we seek, but rather to cognize, where possible, purposiveness in the essence of natural things, and thence to cognize the idea as correct for our use. If we antecedently make a highest ordering being the ground, then the unity of nature becomes foreign and contingent relative to the nature of things, and a vicious circle arises in which one presupposes what ought to have been proved. To take the regulative principle of the systematic unity of nature for a constitutive one, and to presuppose hypostatically as a cause what is only in the idea as a ground for the harmonious use of reason, is only to confuse reason. Complete purposive unity is perfection absolutely considered. The greatest systematic unity is the school, and even the ground of the possibility of the greatest use of human reason. The idea of it is inseparably bound up with the essence of our reason, and thus legislative for us, so that it is natural to assume a corresponding legislative reason, intellectus archetypus, from which all systematic unity of nature would spring. Speculatively, we do not know such an intelligence. Practically and regulatively, we need the idea. Existence not a real predicate. 100 actual dollars contain no more than 100 possible ones in the concept. Existence posits the object, does not enlarge the concept. Cosmological proof, nest of sophisms, covertly depends on the ontological. Experience superfluous after the first step. Focus imaginarius. Ideas as regulative points of convergence for systematic unity, not constitutive cognitions of transcendent objects. Quote, being is obviously not a real predicate, i.e., a concept of something that could add to the concept of a thing. It is merely the positing of a thing or of certain determinations in themselves. In the logical use, it is merely the copula of a judgment. 100 actual dollars do not contain the least bit more than 100 possible ones. Quote, accordingly, I assert, the transcendental ideas are never of constitutive use, so that the concepts of certain objects would thereby be given, and in case one so understands them, they are merely sophistical, dialectical concepts. On the contrary, however, they have an excellent and indispensably necessary regulative use, namely that of directing the understanding to a certain goal respecting which the lines of direction of all its rules converge at one point, which, although it is only an idea, focus imaginarius, nonetheless still serves to obtain for these concepts the greatest unity alongside the greatest extension. Doctrine of method. If I regard the sum total of all cognition of pure and speculative reason as an edifice for which we have in ourselves at least the idea, then I can say that in the transcendental doctrine of elements, we have made an estimate of the building materials and determined for what sort of edifice, with what height and strength, they would suffice. It turned out that although we had in mind a tower that would reach the heavens, the supply of materials sufficed only for a dwelling that was just roomy enough for our business on the plane of experience and high enough to survey it. The bold undertaking had to fail from lack of material, not to mention the confusion of languages that divided the workers over the plan. Now we are concerned not so much with the materials as with the plan. By the transcendental doctrine of method, therefore, I understand the determination of the formal conditions of a complete system of pure reason. With this aim, we shall concern ourselves with a discipline, a canon, an architectonic, and finally a history of pure reason, accomplishing in a transcendental respect that which, under the name of a practical logic, the school sought but accomplished only badly. Discipline of pure reason. In humanity's general lust for knowledge, negative judgments do not stand in high regard. One regards them as jealous enemies of our drive for the expansion of cognition. Yet where the limits of our possible cognition are very narrow, where the temptation to judge is great, where the illusion that presents itself is very deceptive, and where the disadvantage of error is very serious, they're the negative in instruction, which serves merely to defend us from errors, is more important than many a positive teaching. The compulsion through which the constant propensity to stray from certain rules is limited and finally eradicated is called discipline. It is different from culture, which would merely produce a skill without first canceling out another that is already present. That reason, which is properly obliged to prescribe its discipline for all other endeavors, should have need of one itself, may seem strange. Yet reason has previously escaped such a humiliation only because, given the pomp with which it appears, no one could easily suspect it of frivolously playing with fancies instead of concepts and words instead of things. Discipline in the dogmatic use. Mathematics versus philosophy. The greatest and perhaps only utility of all philosophy of pure reason is thus only negative, since it serves not as an organon for the extension, but as a discipline for the limitation of pure reason. And instead of discovering truth, it has only the silent merit of preventing errors. There is, however, something that may be noticed as peculiar, that in mathematics reason is allowed an entirely different use, where it can proceed dogmatically and need no discipline of the sort I now discuss. For mathematics has no transcendental illusions of the kind that lead philosophy beyond experience. The essential difference of mathematical cognition from philosophical cognition is that mathematical cognition considers the universal in the particular, indeed even in the individual, yet still a priori and by means of reason, whereas philosophical cognition considers the particular only in the universal. Mathematical cognition is cognition from the construction of concepts. Philosophical cognition is cognition from concepts. To construct a concept means to exhibit a priori the intuition corresponding to it. For the construction of a concept, therefore, a non-empirical intuition is required, which as intuition is an individual object, yet which as construction of a concept must express universal validity for all possible intuitions that belong under the same concept. Thus I construct a triangle by exhibiting an object corresponding to this concept, either through mere imagination in pure intuition or on paper in empirical intuition, but in both cases completely a priori. Philosophical cognition, by contrast, remains with mere concepts. If I am given the transcendental concept of a reality, substance, force, etc., it designates neither an empirical nor a pure intuition, but only the synthesis of empirical intuitions. And since that synthesis cannot proceed a priori to the intuition corresponding to it, no determining synthetic proposition, but only a principle of the synthesis of possible empirical intuitions can arise from it. A transcendental proposition is therefore a synthetic rational cognition in accordance with mere concepts, and thus discursive. There are thus two uses of reason, which, regardless of the universality of cognition and its a priori generation, are nevertheless very different in procedure, because there are two components to the appearance through which all objects are given to us. The form of intuition, space and time, which can be cognized and determined completely a priori, and the matter, the physical, or the content, which signifies a something that is encountered in space and time and corresponds to sensation. With regard to the latter, we can have nothing a priori except indeterminate concepts of the synthesis of possible sensations insofar as they belong to the unity of apperception. With regard to the former, we can determine our concepts a priori in intuition, for we create the objects themselves in space and time through homogeneous synthesis, considering them merely as quanta. The former is the use of reason in accordance with concepts. The latter is the use of reason through construction of concepts. From this difference, it follows that philosophy cannot imitate the dogmatic method of mathematics. Definitions in philosophy are never more than expositions of given concepts, Axioms as immediately certain synthetic principles cannot occur in philosophy, which has no a priori intuition of its objects. Demonstrations in the mathematical sense, intuitive proofs, are unavailable where one must proceed discursively through concepts. The philosopher must therefore renounce the proud name of a dogmatist in the mathematical sense and take the more modest title of a critic of pure reason. Discipline in regard to polemics, hypotheses, and proofs. There is no real polemic in the field of pure reason. Both parties fence in the air and wrestle with their shadows, for they go beyond nature, where there is nothing that their dogmatic grasp can seize and hold. Fight as they may, the shadows that they cleave apart grow back together in an instant, like the heroes of Valhalla, to amuse themselves anew in bloodless battles. The critical path alone can end this mock combat. By showing that neither side can establish its claim theoretically, reason learns the bounds of its speculative use. Nor is there a permissible skeptical use of pure reason that would recommend the confession of ignorance as the way to end the conflict of reason with itself. Consciousness of ignorance should not end inquiries but arouse them. Contingent ignorance drives dogmatic investigation of objects or critical investigation of boundaries. But that my ignorance is absolutely necessary can never be made out empirically, only critically, by getting to the bottom of the primary sources of our cognition. If I represent the surface of the earth as a plate, I cannot know how far it extends. Experience teaches that wherever I go, I see space in which I could proceed farther. Thus, I cognize limits of my actual knowledge, not boundaries of all possible knowledge. Only the critique, by determining a priori the form and principles of sensibility and understanding, can determine the boundaries of reason as a sphere with a determinate radius, not a merely empirical limitation that forever leaves open how far cognition might reach. Hypotheses in pure reason, as explanations by transcendent causes, are not permitted in the dogmatic use, for one would invent grounds that lie outside the field of possible experience and that therefore cannot be tested. In the polemical use, however, hypotheses are permitted as weapons of defense. If someone asserts a transcendent claim dogmatically, I may oppose a contrary hypothesis to show that the opposite is equally unprovable. The discipline of proofs in transcendental philosophy requires that no proof be permitted that is not drawn from the possibility of experience itself, or from the pure concepts of the understanding as conditions of that possibility. Proofs that leap to things in themselves, or that rely on the dialectical illusion of completeness beyond experience, are to be rejected. Reason must, in its transcendental proofs, proceed always with the critique of its own capacity before its eyes. Discipline versus culture. Negative compulsion limiting propensity to error, not merely positive skill. Construction of concepts. Mathematics exhibits a priori the intuition corresponding to a concept. Philosophy remains discursive. No real polemic / no skeptical satisfaction. Shadows wrestle. Only critique determines necessary boundaries a priori. Hypotheses, forbidden as dogmatic explanations, allowed as polemical weapons of defense. Quote, if I regard the sum total of all cognition of pure and speculative reason as an edifice for which we have in ourselves at least the idea, then I can say that in the transcendental doctrine of elements, we have made an estimate of the building materials and determined for what sort of edifice, with what height and strength, they would suffice. It turned out, of course, that although we had in mind a tower that would reach the heavens, the supply of materials sufficed only for a dwelling that was just roomy enough for our business on the plane of experience and high enough to survey it. Quote, mathematical cognition is cognition through the construction of concepts. Philosophical cognition is cognition from concepts. To construct a concept means to exhibit a priori the intuition corresponding to it. It is humiliating for human reason that it accomplishes nothing in its pure speculative use, and even requires a discipline to check its extravagances. But on the other side, that reason can and must exercise this discipline itself, without allowing anything else to censor it, elevates it, and gives it confidence in itself. The boundaries that it is required to set for its speculative use, at the same time, limit the sophistical pretensions of every opponent, and thus it can secure against all attacks everything that may still be left to it from its previously exaggerated demands. The greatest and perhaps only utility of all philosophy of pure reason is thus only negative. It does not serve for expansion, as an organon, but rather, as a discipline, serves for the determination of boundaries, and instead of discovering truth, it is only the silent merit of guarding against errors. Nevertheless, there must somewhere be a source of positive cognitions belonging to the domain of pure reason. Cognitions that perhaps only give occasion for errors through misunderstanding, but that in fact constitute the goal of the strenuous effort of reason. Pure reason has a presentiment of objects of great interest to it. It takes the path of mere speculation in order to come closer to these, but they flee before it. Presumably it may hope for better luck on the only path that still remains to it, namely that of its practical use. In speculative questions of pure reason, judgments are never opinions. Reason and abstraction from all experience can cognize everything only a priori and necessarily, or not at all. To form opinions outside the field of experience is to play with thoughts. Yet although no hypotheses are allowed to ground speculative propositions, they are entirely admissible for defending them, not in dogmatic but in polemical use. By defense, I understand not the augmentation of grounds of proof for an assertion, but the mere frustration of the opponent's illusory insights. All synthetic propositions from pure reason have the peculiarity that if he who asserts the reality of certain ideas never knows enough to make his proposition certain, on the other side his opponent can just as little know enough to assert the contrary. This equality favors neither side in speculation. Yet in regard to its practical use, reason still has the right to assume something which it would in no way be warranted in presupposing in mere speculation without sufficient grounds. There an advantage falls to him who asserts something as a practically necessary presupposition. Melior est conditio possidenis. Hypotheses are therefore allowed in the field of pure reason only as weapons of war, not for grounding a right, but only for defending it. We must always seek the enemy here in ourselves. Speculative reason in its transcendental use is dialectical in itself. Think up for yourself the objections which have not yet occurred to any opponent, and even lend him the weapons or concede him the most favorable position. There is nothing in this to fear, though much to hope, namely that you will come into a possession that can never be attacked in the future. Canon of pure reason. I understand by a canon the sum total of the a priori principles of the correct use of certain cognitive faculties in general. Thus, general logic, in its analytic part, is a canon for the understanding and reason in general, but only as regards the form. Transcendental analytic is the canon of the pure understanding. In the speculative use of pure reason, however, there is properly no canon of its correct use, for such a use is dialectically dialectical and illusory, but only a discipline. If there is to be any correct use of pure reason at all, it must be practical. Thus we can hope for a canon of pure reason only in its practical use. All interest of my reason, speculative as well as practical, is united in the following three questions. What can I know? What ought I to do? What may I hope? The first question is merely speculative. We have answered it as far as the critique can. We can know objects of possible experience and the a priori conditions of that experience. We cannot know things in themselves, the soul as simple substance, the world as absolute totality, or God as ens realissimum, through speculative means. The second question is merely practical. As such, it belongs to pure reason, yet not to the transcendental, but to the moral. The third question, if I do what I ought, what may I then hope, is practical and theoretical at once. Every hope aims at happiness, and with regard to the practical and the moral law, it concerns the worthiness to be happy. Pure practical reason requires that the moral law be done for its own sake. Yet reason cannot be indifferent to the consequence of that law for the systematic connection of ends. The ideal of the highest good, the conjunction of the greatest happiness with the greatest morality, worthiness to be happy, is therefore a necessary object of the will determined by the moral law. Speculative reason cannot prove that this highest good will be realized. Yet without the presupposition of a moral world author and of a future life in which happiness is proportioned to virtue, the practical interest of reason would find no theoretical foothold for hope. These presuppositions are not speculative cognitions, but postulates of pure practical reason, theoretically problematic, practically necessary. Thus, the belief, glob, that is at issue here is not a theoretical conviction forced by evidence, but a free acceptance from a practical point of view. Moral belief has for its ground the moral disposition itself. It is not knowledge, yet it is more than opinion, because it is subjectively sufficient and grounded in the necessity of the moral law. The critique of speculative theology has not destroyed religion. It has cleared the ground so that practical reason may plant the tree of moral theology without the weeds of dialectical illusion. I had to deny knowledge in order to make room for faith, not a faith that contradicts reason, but a faith that reason itself, in its practical use, demands once speculative pretensions have been disciplined. The final aim to which in the end the speculation of reason in its transcendental use is directed concerns three objects: the freedom of the will, the immortality of the soul, and the existence of God. With regard to all three, the merely speculative interest of reason is very small. The will may well be free, yet this can concern only the intelligible cause of our willing. For, in accordance with an inviolable maxim of empirical use, we must explain the phenomena of actions no differently than all other appearances of nature, namely in accordance with unalterable laws. We might have insight into the spiritual nature of the soul, yet that cannot serve as an explanatory ground of the appearances in this life, because our concept of an incorporeal nature is merely negative. Even the existence of a highest being, if theoretically known, would not explain the constitution of the world more than the regulative idea already permits. Thus, the ultimate end of pure reason is not speculative but practical. These three ideas receive their positive significance from the moral law and from the hope that accompanies worthiness to be happy. The moral world is thought as a corpus mysticum of rational beings, insofar as the free will of each under moral laws is in thoroughgoing systematic unity with itself and with the freedom of every other. This idea rests entirely on the freedom of rational beings under moral laws, and is thus a practically necessary idea. Happiness, in exact proportion with the morality of rational beings, through which they are worthy of it, alone constitutes the highest good of a world into which we must without exception transpose ourselves according to the precepts of pure but practical reason. Such a system of self-rewarding morality is only an idea, the realization of which rests on the condition that everyone do what he ought, yet the moral law remains valid as a command for each, even if others do not comply. From the practical point of view, therefore, a moral world author and a future life are not speculative theorems, but postulates without which the connection between morality and proportionate happiness cannot be thought as systematically complete. Opinion is subjectively insufficient judging. Knowledge is both subjectively and objectively sufficient. Belief, glob, is subjectively sufficient and objectively insufficient. Yet in the moral case, the subjective sufficiency is grounded in the necessity of the practical law itself, not in arbitrary preference. Three questions. What can I know? What ought I to do? What may I hope? Highest good. Happiness proportioned to worthiness to be happy. Ideal of pure practical reason. Moral belief, glob, subjectively sufficient from the practical standpoint, not speculative knowledge. Deny knowledge to make room for faith. Critique clear speculative illusions, so practical postulates may stand. Quote, all interest of my reason, speculative as well as practical, is united in the following three questions. What can I know? What ought I to do? What may I hope? Architectonic of pure reason. By an architectonic, I understand the art of systems, since systematic unity is that which first makes ordinary cognition into science. Architectonic is the doctrine of that which is scientific in our cognition in general. Under the government of reason, our cognitions cannot constitute a rhapsody, but must constitute a system, in which alone they can support and further their essential ends. I understand by a system, however, the unity of the manifold cognitions under one idea. This is the rational concept of the form of a whole, insofar as through this the domain of the manifold, as well as the position of the parts with respect to each other, is determined a priori. The scientific rational concept contains, therefore, the end and the form of the whole that is congruent with it. The unity of the end to which all parts relate and in the idea of which they also relate to one another makes it possible that one misses any part when cognizing the others, and that no contingent addition takes place. For the whole is articulated, articulatio, and not heaped up, coacervatio. It can grow internally, but not externally, like an animal body. Reason requires that all our cognitions fit into one system. The schema for this architectonic is given by the idea of the whole of human cognition from pure reason, metaphysics in the broad sense, which includes the critique as propedeutic. Metaphysics divides into the metaphysics of nature and the metaphysics of morals. The former concerns everything insofar as it is, the latter insofar as it ought to be. Transcendental philosophy, ontology in the critical sense, investigates the understanding and reason themselves in a system of concepts and principles that relate to objects in general without assuming objects that would be given. The physiology of pure reason considers nature as the sum of all objects of the senses, either immanently, physics rationalized a priori, or transcendently, rational cosmology and rational theology, which the dialectic has disciplined. The scholastic concept of philosophy is a system of cognition that is sought only as a science. The cosmopolitan concept, Weltbegriff, of philosophy is the science of the relation of all cognition to the essential ends of human reason. Philosophy as the legislation of human reason, relating everything to wisdom through the path of science. The philosopher in this sense is not an artist of reason, but the legislator of human reason. Mathematics, natural science, even the empirical knowledge of humankind have high value as means to contingent and ultimately to necessary ends of humanity, but only through the mediation of a rational cognition from mere concepts, which is really nothing but metaphysics. Metaphysics is thus the culmination of all culture of human reason. Even if as mere speculation it serves more to prevent errors than to amplify cognition, that does no damage to its value. It gives it dignity through its office as censor, which secures the general order and unity, indeed the well-being, of the scientific community and prevents its efforts from straying from the chief end, that of the general happiness. One cannot invent the sciences, but only discover them where reason has sown them. If we look at the cognitions of reason as a whole in their interconnection, then the idea of the whole first makes possible the articulation of the parts. Philosophy in the scholastic sense is a system of cognition that is sought only as science, without aiming further than the logical perfection of cognition. Philosophy in the cosmopolitan sense is the science of the relation of all cognition to the essential ends of human reason, teleologia rationis humani, and the philosopher is not an artist of reason, Vernunftkünstler, but the legislator of human reason, Gesetzgeber der menschlichen Vernunft. In this sense, it would be very boastful to call oneself a philosopher. Yet the archetype of the philosopher remains the idea of a teacher in the ideal who legislates from pure reason. The metaphysics of speculative reason divides further. Transcendental philosophy considers understanding and reason in a system of all concepts and principles that relate to objects in general. The physiology of pure reason considers nature as the sum of given objects, either as physics, immanent, or as transcendent cosmology and theology, which must be disciplined by the dialectic. The critique of pure reason itself belongs as propedeutic to the system. It prepares the ground by determining the possibility, the principles, and the bounds of all cognition a priori. Without this architectonic idea, what is called metaphysics remains a rhapsody of investigations that cannot show why this or that part belongs where it does, nor why the limits of the science are drawn as they are. With the idea, even the failures of dogmatic metaphysics become instructive. They show where reason overstepped its materials and they confirm the need for the critical dwelling on the plane of experience. System versus rhapsody, unity under one idea. Articulated growth, articulatio, not a heap, coacervatio. Metaphysics of nature / of morals. What is / what ought to be? Critique as propedeutic. Schulbegriff / Weltbegriff. Scholastic science versus cosmopolitan legislation of reason toward essential ends. Quote, by an architectonic, I understand the art of systems. I understand by a system, however, the unity of the manifold cognitions under one idea. The whole is articulated, articulatio, and not heaped up, coacervatio. It can, to be sure, grow internally, per intussusceptionem, but not externally, per appositionem, like an animal body. History of pure reason. This title stands here only to designate a place that is left open in the system, and that must be filled out in the future. I content myself with casting a cursory glance from a transcendental point of view, namely that of the nature of pure reason, at the whole of its labors hitherto. One can distinguish, with regard to the object of the cognitions of pure reason, whether they are sensual or intellectual, with regard to the origin, whether they are empirical or rational, with regard to method, whether they proceed naturalistically or scientifically. In respect of the object of all our rational cognitions, some philosophers have been mere sensualists, others mere intellectualists. Epicurus can be called the foremost philosopher of sensibility, Plato of the intellectual. In respect of the origin of pure cognitions of reason, one can distinguish empiricists, Aristotle, Locke, from noologists, Plato, Leibniz. In respect of method, naturalists of pure reason take common reason as sufficient without science. Scientific method may be dogmatic, Wolff, or skeptical, Hume, or critical, the path I have chosen. The critical path alone is still open. If the reader has had the pleasure and patience of traveling along with me, he may now judge whether, if he cares to contribute what is his toward making this footpath into a highway, that which many centuries have not been able to accomplish might not be attained even before the end of the present one, namely, to bring human reason to full satisfaction in that which has always, but until now vainly, occupied its lust for knowledge. Thus the critique closes not with a new dogmatic system erected beyond experience, but with a plan for the secure dwelling of reason on the plane of experience, a discipline against transcendent illusion, a canon for practical hope, an architectonic for science under the idea of the whole, and a historical glance that places the critical method as the only remaining open road. Speculative metaphysics is limited. Practical metaphysics and the moral use of the ideas remain. Knowledge is disciplined so that faith, as practical postulate, not as theoretical proof, may have room, and so that the scientific community may pursue its cheerful efforts without mistaking shadows for things. Sensualists / intellectualists. Epicurus / Plato, object of rational cognition. Empiricists / noologists. Locke / Leibniz, origin of pure cognitions. Dogmatic / skeptical / critical. Wolff / Hume / the open path of the critique. Quote, the critical path alone is still open. If the reader has had the pleasure and patience of traveling along with me on this path, he may now judge whether, if he cares to contribute what is his toward making this footpath into a highway, that which many centuries have not been able to accomplish might not be attained even before the end of the present one, namely, to bring human reason to full satisfaction in that which has always, but until now vainly, occupied its lust for knowledge. Conclusion. The critique of pure reason institutes a court of justice for reason by reason. It asks not first what objects are, but what pure reason can cognize a priori, on what grounds, and within what bounds. The Copernican experiment reverses the old assumption that cognition must conform to objects. Objects of experience must conform to our forms of intuition and to the categories of the understanding. Synthetic a priori cognition is thereby secured for mathematics and for the pure principles of a possible experience, and denied for any purported science of things in themselves. Metaphysics, as speculative overreach, is not merely mistaken. It is inevitable illusion until critique has determined the radius of the sphere within which reason may legislate. The arc runs from tribunal to dwelling. Prefaces and introduction announce the age of criticism and pose the question how synthetic judgments a priori are possible. The aesthetic exhibits space and time as pure forms of sensibility. The analytic derives the categories from the logical functions of judgment, proves their objective validity for experience deduction, mediates concept and intuition through schematism, and lays down the system of principles, axioms, anticipations, analogies, postulates, culminating in the refutation of idealism. Phenomena and noumena draw the line. Categories without intuition are empty for cognition of objects. The noumenon remains a limiting concept. The dialectic then shows that reason's demand for the unconditioned generates paralogisms about the soul, antinomies about the world, and dialectical proofs of God, illusions natural to reason, corrected not by skepticism, but by transcendental idealism. Appearances are not things in themselves. Mathematical antinomies are both false as absolute claims. Dynamical ones may both be true under the distinction of empirical and intelligible character. The ideal exposes the ontological, cosmological, and physico-theological proofs and recovers the ideas as regulative foci, imaginarii. The doctrine of method disciplines the dogmatic imitation of mathematics, denies real polemic in the transcendent field, opens a canon for practical hope. What can I know? What ought I to do? What may I hope? And sketches an architectonic under which metaphysics serves as censor and culmination of culture. The stakes are for science and for freedom alike. If the critique is right, natural science rests on a priori conditions that make experience itself possible, and dogmatic materialism cannot claim the soul or freedom as objects among objects. Freedom remains thinkable as intelligible causality, without contradiction, with thoroughgoing natural causality in appearances. Room enough for the moral law that practical reason will demand. Speculative theology cannot prove God. Neither can it disprove God so as to block moral faith. Knowledge is limited so that practical postulates and regulative systematic unity may stand without dialectical fraud. Limits are those of the work's own design. The critique is a propedeutic, not the completed metaphysics of nature or of morals. The B-deduction remains notoriously difficult. The schematism confesses an art concealed in the depths of the soul. The history of pure reason is only a placeholder. This forensic summary follows the Geyer/Wood Cambridge text of Kant's body, not the editor's apparatus, and inhabits Kant's register rather than translating him into a later jargon. Parallel happy headings and edition callouts keep the 1781 and 1787 paths distinct without shrinking either. Schopenhauer's preference for A is served by a full A deduction and a paralogisms alongside B. What the book leaves open, honestly, is the positive construction of the metaphysics it has made possible and the full working out of practical reason that the canon only announces. Close on Kant's own pressure. The materials did not suffice for a tower to the heavens, only for a dwelling roomy enough for our business on the plane of experience and high enough to survey it. The critical path alone is still open, not as a new dogmatism, but as the determination of the formal conditions under which reason may build without mistaking shadows for things. Key persons discussed: Immanuel Kant, author of the Critique, a 1781/B, 1787, first-person tribunal of pure reason, Copernican turn, transcendental idealism. Christian Wolff, dogmatic rationalist method against which the critique sets critical discipline, named in the history as the dogmatic scientific path. David Hume, skeptical interruption of dogmatic slumber, empirical challenge to necessary connection that the analogies and deduction answer without empiricism. John Locke, physiology of the understanding, empiricist genealogy that seemed to dethrone metaphysics, yet left dogmatism to rebuild. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, intellectualist/noologist opponent in the amphiboly, confusion of sensible and intellectual marks of comparison. Plato, intellectualist archetype, ideas as archetypes, contrasted with Kant's regulative ideas, named with Epicurus in the history. Epicurus, foremost sensualist in Kant's historical glance. Aristotle, empiricist lineage, logical functions that furnish the clue to the categories. René Descartes, problematic idealism, existence of outer objects doubtful, refuted by the B refutation. Cogito treated critically in the paralogisms. George Berkeley, dogmatic idealism, space and outer things mere imagination, distinguished from transcendental idealism. Paul Guyer/Alan W. Wood, Cambridge translators and editors of the source text used here, editorial apparatus excluded from the forensic body. Key works discussed. Critique of Pure Reason, Kant, a 1781/B, 1787 the work itself. Doctrine of Elements, Aesthetic, Analytic, Dialectic, and Doctrine of Method. Prolegomena to Any Future Metaphysics, Kant, 1783 companion popularization. Not summarized here, but continuous with the critical project. Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Locke Empiricist Physiology, cited in the prefaces as a failed dethroning of metaphysics. Leibniz, Wolffian School Metaphysics, Dogmatic Foil for Amphiboly, Ontological Proof, and Mathematical Method in Philosophy. Hume's empiricism, especially on causation, spur to the critical question of synthetic a priori cognition. Index of Key Concepts. Critique of Pure Reason, the court of justice by which reason secures rightful claims and dismisses groundless pretensions according to its own laws. Not a new dogmatism, but self-knowledge of reason's capacity and bounds. Synthetic a priori, judgments that amplify cognition yet claim necessity and strict universality. The central critical question is how they are possible in mathematics, pure natural science, and, problematically, metaphysics. Copernican turn, the experiment of assuming that objects of experience conform to our cognition, forms of intuition and categories, rather than that cognition must conform to given things in themselves. Transcendental aesthetic, science of all principles of a priori sensibility, space and time as pure forms of outer and inner intuition, empirically real, transcendentally ideal. Categories/pure concepts of the understanding, a priori concepts corresponding to logical functions of judgment, conditions under which alone manifolds of intuition can be thought as objects of experience. Transcendental deduction, proof that the categories have objective validity for all objects of possible experience. Proceeds via the threefold synthesis, apprehension, reproduction, recognition, and transcendental affinity. B rewrites, through combination, the I think and objective unity of judgment. Propositions remain. Presentation differs. Schopenhauer prized A. Schematism, mediation between category and appearance through transcendental time determination. Without schemata, categories are not applied to sensibility. Analogies of experience, principles of the necessary connection of perceptions, substance, causality, community. Regulative for empirical intuition, yet constitutive for experience as such. Phenomenon/noumenon, objects as appearances under our forms of sensibility versus the limiting concept of a thing in itself, negative noumenon. Positive cognition of noumena is denied to theoretical reason. Transcendental dialectic/illusion, reason's natural propensity to take the subjective necessity of its ideas for objective cognition of the unconditioned, inevitable yet correctable by critique. Paralogisms, dialectical inferences of rational psychology that hypostatize the formal unity of apperception into a simple, substantial, personal soul thing. A elaborates for, including ideality of outer relation and empirical realism. B compresses to analytic truths plus the formal syllogism and relocates the refutation of idealism among the postulates. Antinomy, conflict of reason with itself in cosmological ideas, resolved by transcendental idealism. Mathematical antinomies both false as absolute, dynamical compatible under empirical/intelligible distinction. Transcendental ideal/ens realissimum, idea of thoroughgoing determination via the all of reality. Prototype for speculative theology, constitutively empty, regulatively indispensable. Existence not a real predicate. Being posits a thing with its predicates. It does not enlarge the concept. Hence the ontological proof fails. $100. Regulative use / focus imaginarius. Ideas direct the understanding towards systematic unity without giving objects. Constitutive use is dialectical. Transcendental idealism. Distinction of appearances from things in themselves. Key to resolving antinomies and securing empirical realism. Discipline / canon / architectonic. Methods negative limitation of speculative reason. Positive principles for practical use. No / ought / hope. Art of systems under one idea. Highest good / moral belief. Glob conjunction of happiness with worthiness to be happy. Postulates of God and future life from the practical standpoint. Room made by denying speculative knowledge. Reading comprehension questions. What fate of human reason do the prefaces announce? And why must metaphysics submit to a court of critique rather than to dogmatism or indifferentism? How does the introduction distinguish analytic from synthetic judgments? And why is the synthetic a priori the nerve of the critical problem? State the metaphysical expositions of space and time. In what sense are they empirically real and transcendentally ideal? What is the metaphysical deduction of the categories from the table of judgments? And what further task does the transcendental deduction undertake? Explain schematism. Why can categories not be applied directly to appearances? And what does transcendental time determination supply? How do the analogies of experience secure substance, causality, and community without claiming to know things in themselves? What is the refutation of idealism claim against problematic idealism? And how does it depend on the determination of time? Distinguish phenomena from noumena, and explain why the noumenon as limiting concept is required even though positive noumenal cognition is denied. Reconstruct one paralogism of rational psychology. Where does the dialectical illusion arise from the unity of apperception? Take one antinomy, e.g., freedom versus natural necessity. How does transcendental idealism allow both thesis and antithesis a share of truth without contradiction? Why is existence not a real predicate? And how does that undercut the ontological proof? How do the cosmological and physico-theological proofs depend on it? What is the difference between the constitutive and regulative use of ideas? And how does the focus imaginarius illustrate the latter? Why cannot philosophy imitate the dogmatic method of mathematics, construction of concepts, according to the discipline? How do the three questions, what can I know? What ought I to do? What may I hope? Organize the canon. And what is denying knowledge to make room for faith meant to secure? Critical probe. If the critique is right that speculative proofs of God fail, does that weaken or strengthen moral religion? And what value assumption about proof is at stake in calling practical postulates belief rather than knowledge?